morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to start today with our roll call, and then I think Rachel will have some announcements. So, welcome back, my dear.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Grzybowski.
Present.
Councilmember Friedel. Here. Councilmember McMahon.
Here.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Present.
Councilmember Toth.
Here.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Here.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody out there, staff. We have a really big crowd this morning. I'm excited to see so many folks here. Just a few housekeeping reminders. We probably have a long day ahead of us, so there are snacks and drinks and whatnot in the back. We do have some breaks planned throughout the day, but if we need to take more, we need to rearrange, that is totally fine. Even though this feels like a council meeting, keep in mind it's not a council meeting in the formality's sake. It's a retreat. We're here to talk. We're here to discuss things. We're here to get staff input and make sure that the directions we get today are consistent with the vision and the goals that the council has. So some of the projects and things that we're going to talk about are recommendations by staff. Some of them are recommendations and feedback by members of the public that we've heard. And then some of them are initiatives that have been brought forward by different members of council. So we're looking forward to that. But as a reminder, it doesn't necessarily have to be super formal. I want to encourage our staff to engage and speak up if there's points of view or different things happening. But before we get started, I did want to ask Captain Kratzer to step up. Some of you may know there was some activities happening last night that was kind of unexpected. And I thought Captain Kratzer would be able to share some updates for us.
Hi, good evening, good morning, Mayor, Council. Yesterday at around 5:30 p.m., we received a couple of calls from residents at Adero Canyon that there were several protesters blocking the entry gates to the community, both the entrance and the exit. There were 3 people specifically two were sitting over by one of the gates that let people into the community, and then one was sitting by the gate that was exiting the community, and they had put a chain around the gate so the gate couldn't open, and then they positioned themselves on the ground in front of the gates with some kind of contraption. It was a tire with concrete in it, but it had PVC pipe and rebar, so their hands looked like they were cemented into the tire device that was blocking the roadway as well. Deputies went to the location and made contact with the group. They were making chants about nationwide and end your contract. Bless you. It ended up, we talked to someone on scene. There was probably 6 other protesters on the sidewalk with random signs. And then there was there was a couple of cameras with a group and a person who was kind of the coordinator, very limited on information and what she would say to deputies other than they were there to protest a contract Nationwide had, and they weren't going to move, and that's all she had to say to us. So we found out pretty quickly that Scottsdale Police was working the same exact situation on their side on Shea Boulevard at the entrance to Adero there as well. So this group had coordinated this. We found out with our one of our TLOs that work at the ACTIC responded and came out. Myself, Lieutenant Lawson, and even Chief McFarland came out to the scene. And some of the intelligence found was that this all stems from protests for a fire and police training facility in Atlanta, Georgia. They refer to it as Cop City. And there's a lot of environmental protests for this place in Atlanta, Georgia, but these events are now spreading. There was some connection made to some residents in that community associated with Nationwide, and which was the reason why they were there. So Scottsdale PD on their side, they had their mobile field force cut team come out, and they've got a pretty sophisticated setup for these, and they planned for these type of protests. And this was new to them, the devices that they had. They ended up having to use several power tools to cut the individuals out from their contraptions, which they did have the ability to free themselves if they wanted to, but they weren't going to. Once Scottsdale's cut team removed and extricated their subjects, then they came over and gave us an assist and did the same thing on our end. So I think by about 10:30, we had all three in custody and cleared from the road, and the others left at that point in time. We don't necessarily anticipate additional issues in the area, but we don't know. What the day before in Tucson, a group of protesters likely affiliated with this group did some damage in Tucson at a couple of banks, Wells Fargo, where they smashed windows and tried to throw flares into the building. And I think they made 3 arrests in that. So this was kind of a coordinated additional location that they decided to protest at. None of the protesters were violent. There was no issues. There were some of the typical chants about anti-law enforcement, but there was no danger or threats towards law enforcement or aggression towards. They were charged, the 3 of them we booked into the jail last night. They were charged with criminal damage. Criminal damage may come later. One of the gates didn't seem like it was operating afterwards. But they were charged with criminal trespass. They were charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. And so they did block all traffic from going in and out. The one thing that they were, a gas truck had come at one point. A resident had a potential gas leak, and the protesters wouldn't allow the gas truck in. One of the residents of the home came down and talked to the protesters, and they decided that they would allow the gas truck in. And once they moved, we hurried up and took that gate, and we were able at least to allow traffic in and out. If it wasn't for that, traffic would have been completely blocked for probably till 10:30. So that's the update. If there's any questions, I don't have a lot of information, like detailed information I could provide because it is still an ongoing investigation. But if there were any questions, I could try to answer them to the best of my ability.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Were they charged with felony or misdemeanors?
Unfortunately, all charges that were associated were all misdemeanors, even the resisting arrest, because it's a passive resist. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. The criminal trespass is a Class 1 misdemeanor, and the criminal trespass, disorderly conduct is a misdemeanor. So yeah, they are misdemeanors. Hopefully the court will take into consideration the resources and inconveniences that were required for the situation, and hopefully that will go into, and that is going, those charges will be submitted to the town prosecutor of Fountain Hills.
And then how long was the traffic interrupted for?
From 5:30 till 10:30, and for a short time there, probably about an hour and 15 minutes while Scottsdale had to set up their cut team. All traffic was blocked, and that, so no one could go in and out from that location. Fortunately, again, for the gas truck, that allowed us to get traffic in and out of there after about an hour, and then for the next 2.5 hours, we were able to coordinate 1 lane of traffic in and out. Welcome. Thank you.
So our first item today is about the budget, and our CFO is going to come and, actually, I'll probably just throw everything to you, Rachel, and let you make the intros. Thanks.
Absolutely. Well, you were on the right track. Our CFO, David Pock, and just as a reminder, David is transitioning out of our agency. He's going to be leaving us at the end of the fiscal year. So we also have Paul here. Paul, this is going to be Paul's first meeting in participating, although he's been attending all of our council meetings and been training and whatnot. So, but today we're going to hear from both of them as we do a revenue update on this current fiscal year and then an outlook for FY25. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Council. So to get things started, we're just going to start with our second quarter revenue update. We done the first one back in November, I believe it was. But we've got some updated numbers for you, and things are still looking good. So guess I don't need these when it's that far away. I'm probably going to be looking at you, sorry, council member, because I'm going to use your screen. So, all right. So first of all, we start with the net taxable activity. This is all activity within the town that's subject to TPT or sales tax. So our total activity for the quarter was $188.7 million. This increased $11 million from the same period as last year. So it's a good trend. Things are looking healthy. So as far as our collections, what we actually collected, this includes all the different categories that we have. So we had budgeted $4.01 million and collected 5.4. It's an increase of about $1.4 million over what we thought or anticipated. And it's also an increase of almost 500,000 compared to the same period last year. As far as retail sales, it's by far our largest category that we receive each year. We had budgeted 2.5 million, collected 2.65, so $160,000 more than what we thought, and then an increase of $30,000 compared to last year. You can see these are all pretty stable. There's not a lot of deviation from year to year. And you can also see that it increases year over year as well. So the most volatile category that we have is construction, and that's just based on construction activity within the town. Some of the big spikes there you can see were either audit collections or a sale of a building project that fell under speculative builder, that category. So we had budgeted 356,000. We collected 966,000. So that's quite a bit more, $610,000 more, in fact, increase of 246 compared to last year.
David, could you define audit collection, please?
Sure. So we do have, the town does have a contract auditor that works for us, Al Holler and his team. They go over looking for anomalies in the TPT collections. If they notice something a little off kilter or something that they want to look into, they will go in and conduct a desk audit of different taxpayers. And they also have when I mentioned speculative builders, so they do have access to real estate sales. So if a project's built within a certain time period and then sold, it falls into that category. And so they would do the valuations and then have an assessment basically based on that audit and their findings.
And that's done like a periodical time? So it's like every 6 months or something like that? Or is it continuous?
No, it's continuous. They work each month on looking at the reports. So
Thank you.
sure. All right. And then utilities, communications, again, pretty standard, consistent. It includes water, sewer, electricity, cable, natural gas, and internet services. We had budgeted 287,000, collected 440,000. That's 153,000 more than what we thought, and an increase of 38,000 compared to last year. You'll definitely notice a trend that all of these are more than what we were expecting. That's because the last 2 years we have been expecting a downturn, at least I've been anticipating one, in TPT revenue because of the economy and kind of where we're going. However, I'd much rather be planning for less revenue and receiving a lot more than the inverse, right? So keep going. As far as real estate, this is long-term residential rental and the commercial real estate rentals. Budgeted 268, collected 293, $25,000 difference on an increase of 3,000. This is the one that will be impacted next year in January when the residential portion of this goes away. And that equates to about 600,000 a year for an entire year, but we'll talk more about that a little bit later. As far as restaurants and bars, this is the one that I kind of watch just as kind of an early indicator of if things may be starting to slow down. We had budgeted 275, collected almost 400,000. It's $123,000 more. and an increase of 27,000 over last year. So we're still looking pretty good overall. I don't necessarily like that those last 3 months are kind of at the same place that they were last year. I'd rather see those up a little higher, but still doing well. And then services did take a downturn in that last month. You can see this includes everything from golf, tours, short-term rentals are also included in this, and hotels. We had budgeted 336, received 651. Still quite strong as far as what we were expecting, but it is a little disheartening to see that that downturn. And some of that might be included with the changes to the short-term rentals that we've implemented over the last year. There might be fewer and fewer actually being out there. So then we get into state shared revenue. Again, these are all very consistent. You can see the sales tax revenues are coming in just about where we need to. We're a little bit below, but nothing significant. And then as far as the income tax, of course, we had this year, and it's something that Paul will be talking about, the change in the flat tax and the different percentages. That's why it's so high above last year, but there'll be more detail on that as well. As far as the highway user fund, coming in same kind of what we expected, just a little bit below, nothing crazy though. And then vehicle license tax as well. You can see that's a little slower than what we were told it was going to be. So,
David, is the triangle there in the beginning of the HERF funds, is that for this year?
no.
That was another blue?
That would have been 2020.
Okay.
So that was that one-time payout where they kind of rebalanced that fund. So,
Thanks.
any other questions on these? Sure.
Thank you.
Mayor, quick question. On the audit collection, we outsource that,
Yes.
and can you give us an idea what that costs the town?
What is it? 2,500 a month. So, yeah, 30,000.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we do get a report from him each month, and his services are definitely more than paid for in what we receive.
That was the point of my question. I wanted people to know that that we're just not out hiring people to do something that isn't paying it back.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. On the state shared revenues and for HERF and everything, do you anticipate, given what the legislatures have been doing with our flat tax rate, et cetera, that how are you going to accommodate that in the future as far as projections, et cetera, if you don't mind, because it's a downturn and we have yet to determine how we're going to make that up.
That is true. We will be talking a little bit more about the flat tax. There's a whole other slide that we'll be talking about that and the impacts and the differences it could be, but we'll get into it. And same with long-term rental, because that's going to be the big one for this coming year. So.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited to be here today for my first presentation. My name is Paul Solinger. I think I've met everyone, but I'll be going over the town's budgetary process and just giving you a brief overview. So here are some key statutory and policy considerations that we believe are important for Council to understand. The town shall not spend money for a purpose not included in its budget. The town shall not spend money or incur liabilities more than budgeted in the purposes of the budget. And after adoption of the budget, transfers may occur between funds with council majority vote. So our first step in our budgetary process, as I understand it, I know I am new to the town coming in, but is forecasting town revenues. And we use trends and available estimates from the league and the JLBC to estimate how much of the various revenues the town will receive throughout the year. And these monies go into different buckets. And so we'd like you to think of these funds on the screen as different buckets that these monies go into. As you can see, the general fund is the biggest bucket. We kind of emphasized it and turned it blue just for your consideration. And in the general fund, these are the types of revenues that go in there. A split of the sales taxes, 30% of vehicle license taxes, state shared revenues such as the flat tax, the urban revenue sharing amounts that go into that fund, charges for services, and fines and forfeitures. The streets funds, they get the HERF monies, the highway user revenue fund monies, and 70% of the vehicle license taxes, grant revenues, and transfers in. Excuse me. The capital projects fund receives also a portion of the sales taxes, as well as grant revenues and transfers in. And then we do have various other funds. A lot of these funds have to do with economic development, tourism, the downtown strategy fund, and the environmental fund. There's also several other funds that we have in the town that are smaller in nature that receive certain types of other various revenues. So an important concept that we just want to briefly explain today in the budget process and during our day-to-day operations is that revenues must equal expenditures in the general fund, and therefore town staff is unable to expend monies from the bucket until the monies start filling up throughout the year, unless there's available fund balance, which is also possible, especially at the beginning of the year. We're going to have existing fund balances, which we'll talk about later. So this requires the town to take a measured fiscal approach of approving planned capital projects during this budget process, and it's critical for departments to monitor their budgets on an ongoing basis throughout the fiscal year. Another important concept we want to bring to your attention is contingencies. After we forecast revenues, or in other words, estimates how much revenues will fill the town's general fund bucket, we go through the budget process with the departments at the department level. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. But that kind of, as you can see, that fills the bucket a certain extent. But once we do that, once we go through that process, we set contingency amounts in certain departments. And this is partly to satisfy the requirements of having a balanced budget by filling the gap between revenues and expenditures, but also to be used in certain circumstances. Town policies allow contingencies to be used for unforeseen expenditures, emergency expenditures, and revenue shortfalls. And you'll see the contingencies pop right up. Otherwise, contingencies will often be untouched unless one of those three events on the screen happen. Further, if our revenues come in well below forecasts and exceed our contingency levels, we have existing fund balances and a rainy day stabilization fund that we may expend from in accordance with town policies only if needed.
Could I ask a question about the contingencies? This is different than a contingency that we have built into, say, a project. Like when we approve a certain project, there's always a contingency in there. It's not really for any of these three reasons. It's just like whatever the percentage is. So that's a separate, it's the same word, but it's a separate, meaning, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry. So yeah, when we have like an owner's allowance in a project, it's in case there are any cost overruns in that particular project. It just kind of sets aside some for an unforeseen expenditure, right? But it is it's not included in our contingency amount in the general fund.
It's foreseen in a way. Thank you.
And Mayor, thank you for the question. On the screen, those three items, those are directly in our budget implementation policy on what those contingencies can be used for. So once revenues are set, we go through the process of meeting with the departments, and on the screen, imagine that individual is one of the department heads and certain divisions to set their next year budget. We begin this process by starting at their base budget amounts from last year's budgets from the previous year and account for minor changes such as contract changes, and slight modifications between line items, which we'll discuss a little bit more in a minute. So what we just want to emphasize is that departments can't really start spending monies until, number one, the revenues fill the bucket, and number two, the council adopts the budget during the budget process that we're going through right now. So once these things happen, the department heads can start expending those monies and using monies on town objectives, capital projects, and things of that nature. So as we mentioned, departments may only spend from their adopted budgets, including different types of expenditures, staff compensation, payments to vendors, ongoing capital and street projects that have already been approved by council, operational budget supplements such as one-time requests and ongoing requests, and capital improvement plan project requests after council approval, which we'll be getting into as well later today. So our third step relates to budget requests. So after the base budgets are set, departments and divisions have the opportunity to bring forth certain types of budget requests, including supplemental requests and capital requests. And some examples of supplemental requests could be new goods or services or contracted services or new staff, which we'll talk about a little bit today as well, and capital projects. It could be for streets, it could be for the new playground equipment at one of the parks, those types of things. So we'll go through that process, consider those requests with the departments, and we'll discuss them with council for council's consideration. So the last step requires us to combine all the budget expenditures and ensure our forecasted revenues are still intact to put forth a proposed budget for the council's consideration. Final discussions will take place before the town settles on a final adopted budget for council's approval in early June of this year. And here are some key meetings coming up to consider. March 26th, next month, will be the capital projects work session. April 9th will be the budget work session for the proposed budget. May 7th will be the tentative budget adoption, and June 4th is scheduled for the final budget adoption. And then the town, after that, will use the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget as its roadmap and expenditure limit throughout the upcoming fiscal year. So that completes that portion of the presentation about the town process for its budget. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, great. Yeah. So now I'll just briefly get into some items of consideration for an outlook for the upcoming fiscal year 2025. So council member, to your question earlier related to the flat tax and the shared income taxes that the town receives, this is distributed to the town through something called urban revenue sharing that we get from the state. The state shares income tax revenues with municipalities like Fountain Hills through its urban revenue sharing program. And these distributions are on a 2-year lag. And that just means that the town receives our share of distributions based on state tax collections from 2 fiscal years ago. In January 2023, the state instituted a flat income tax of 2.5% for individuals, and across the board decrease in that tax, which may have an effect on our revenues, which I'll talk about in a second. The state also increased this distribution percentage from 15 to 18%, starting this fiscal year 2024. And I think, from what I understand, that was to limit the impact on municipalities, which actually resulted in a slightly higher revenue share for this fiscal year, which is going to therein result in a decrease for the upcoming fiscal year 2025. So we've projected a $1.6 million projected decrease from fiscal year 24 to 2025 in this revenue. And we project or forecast about $4.8 million coming to the town for this urban revenue sharing distribution. However, I did want to note we just received initial forecast from the league, which was a little bit higher. It's about $5.1 million in their initial forecast. Long-term residential rentals. I know David has had the opportunity to present this to council in the past already, and these are just a little bit updated numbers. The state eliminated its long-term residential rental sales taxes in the last legislative session, And this will begin next year in January of 2025 when that tax will go away. We estimate a decrease of more than $300,000 for fiscal year 2025. That's just considering that it's only half the year. And then prospectively, or in subsequent years, fiscal year 26 and beyond, that's about $600,000 of estimated decreases to town tax revenues based on that elimination of that tax.
We did, that was obviously a big item, and when we were able to, executive committee was able to meet with the governor, it was high on everybody's mind, and if not doing away with this, possibly delaying again when it actually begins is part of the conversation. But as you know, as you are in the state government, that the actual budget may not be ready until a lot later, June or so. So I don't know when we'll know, but just know that there's efforts to try and either delay or do something to compensate for this, because it's a pretty big deal. It's a really big deal to some other cities and towns. So, so they're working on it. I don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Can I ask you a question, Paul and David? With the increase in population in just Maricopa County and the state of Arizona, do those numbers reflect any increase tax collections with all that increased population? Do you know if they? Because I know we're the #1 fastest growing county, what, 3 or 4 years in a row?
Right.
That's just the county, and I'm sure the state overall has done extremely well.
So there's probably a couple different things that are going to be going on. Obviously, with more people, you're going to have more people working, or at least that's the hope, right? And more people working, that would increase the income taxes. However, we do have a lower income tax rate now that's flat. So you've got kind of that dynamic on one side. On the other side, you've kind of got the population equation that affects us as a town and the percentage that we would receive from those taxes. So I would venture to say, and forgive me if this doesn't sound appropriate, but I'm guessing that the population in Maricopa County is growing faster than the population here in Fountain Hills. So that would reduce our share of those increased taxes if they increase, because, so yeah, there's a lot of different variables going on. I'm sure the league is taking some of that into account.
So I guess my point is we don't know all the effects yet.
Right.
I guess the best, I'm sorry, Brenda, the pie's getting bigger, but our piece is smaller. Brenda?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm just a little confused on the urban revenue sharing. Our percentage went from 15 to 18%, but then we expect a $1.6 million projected decrease. Could you explain why we're going to get a decrease? I'm just a little confused.
Sure, yeah. Mayor, council member, it's a great question. It is a little bit confusing, and so I've been learning about it and reading up on it quite a bit. So if you go back, and I don't have the amounts right in front of me at this time, but before these changes went into place, our revenues were more in the $4.5 million per year area before these changes. And so there was this kind of 1 year artificial jump because, as I mentioned, this calculation is based on 2 fiscal year lag. So it's based on income taxes the state has received 2 fiscal years ago. So for fiscal year 24, we actually received kind of a jump in revenues because it was based on fiscal year 22 tax collections, which was a good, after the pandemic and the increase of income in the state. And that was before the flat tax took effect. So in January of 2023, it was half of fiscal year 23. So all of those things considered, we kind of got an artificial bump this current fiscal year, and then it's going to level off because of that flat tax and the lower income tax collections prospectively. So that's why the amount's going. Our projections for this year were $6.4 million, and then we were forecasting about $4.8 million for the coming year because of the flat tax implementation. And it's also on the slide. It may also be from general lower individual tax collections, not just the flat tax implementation.
Brenda, you just have to get out and spend more, please.
So, going forward, do we expect it to be more towards the 6 million or the 4.8 million in outlying years?
Yeah, Mayor, council member, great question. So based on league forecasts that were just sent to us, and actually based on the JLBC, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee forecasts, we're going to see another decrease after fiscal year 25. So fiscal year 26, they're projecting about a 10% more decrease. So as I mentioned, the league estimates for fiscal year 25 come in at 5.1 million. They're projecting that it will decrease for the town of Fountain Hills to about 4.6 million the next fiscal year. And then it'll start to stabilize and start going up a little bit by about, I want to say about 5% per year the next 2 years prospectively. But of course, that all has to do with the economy and how people's income tax collections kind of go through the process, and then that will be adjusted accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I think one way to look at it is that we have the usual things that are, that you can't really predict. But by making it a flat tax, they knew that the amounts that cities were going to get were just going to go low. So they compensated for that by raising the amount. The 15% has been there forever, like since the 70s or something. So to go to the 18% to try to, so it wouldn't be so abrupt. But yeah, at least it's next year, not this year. So thanks.
Okay, so just one kind of future revenue impact. It's not going to come for about 5 fiscal years after this fiscal year, but related to Prop 302 tourism monies, the town receives about $67,000 annually from the Arizona Office of Tourism for tourism purposes. These monies are collected by the state and are derived from car rental surcharges and 1% tax on hotels in Maricopa County. The town accounts for these monies in the tourism fund for tourism marketing and programming purposes, and these monies will sunset in fiscal year 2030 with an estimated negative future impact of $67,000 to the town that we would use for tourism purposes. All right. Hopefully you haven't gotten tired of me talking yet. I still have a little more to go. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the revenue splits. So these are some of the major revenue sources the town receives and how they're split between the buckets. Local sales taxes, which are the largest town revenue source, those are split between 5 funds, which I'll discuss in just a minute. Related to the flat tax, the urban revenue sharing income taxes, those 100% go into the general fund. The highway user revenue fund monies, the HERF monies, they go 100% to the streets fund. Vehicle license taxes are split between the general fund and the streets fund. And there's also transfers to other funds that we use to fund certain programs that we'll discuss as well. So as I mentioned, the local sales taxes are the biggest town source of revenue. I believe we're forecasting about $17.6 million of these revenues for fiscal year 25. And that's based on a 2.9% local sales tax rate applied to almost all categories collected for in-town purchases based on past council approvals. So 2.6 out of the 2.9% goes directly into the general fund. 0.2 of the 2.9% goes directly into the streets fund. 0.08% goes into the economic development fund, and 0.02% goes into the downtown fund. And then after that takes place into those 4 funds, we do an analysis of the sales tax related to construction sales taxes, and we put half of those monies into the capital projects fund every month. So what do the amounts look like? We're presenting here in this pie chart fiscal year 25 forecasted revenues and what you can kind of expect to see in each of these funds. So in the general fund, we project about $14.9 million from local sales taxes. In the streets fund, we project about $1.2 million. Economic development and downtown funds are combined. As you can see in the pie chart, I believe the downtown fund is the $121,000 we're projecting, and the economic development fund is the $485,000, but combined, that's about $606,000 for those 2 funds. And the capital projects fund, as we mentioned earlier, that will fluctuate based on the construction sales taxes coming in depending on the year. But we're projecting about $905,000 going to the capital projects fund from this revenue source.
Just to make a point about that construction sales tax, it's because we really don't want to put that into anything ongoing. So putting it into the capital funds is a good idea because that is more of a one-time deal.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, that completes my presentation, unless anyone has any questions, but I will be turning it over to John now to talk about the code enforcement officer.
When we had the table about unspent fund balances, is that later?
Mayor, yes, that'll be later in the presentation.
Thanks.
Mayor, if I may, and John, as you get situated, I wanted to kind of call out, Paul, thank you for walking us through the process. I think that really helps clarify, especially for folks who may not understand how long the budget process takes. One of the things John mentioned, or Paul mentioned, was that staff bring forward supplements. And usually we talk about the supplements internally, we call it the green sheet. It's a sheet that's usually printed on green paper for whatever reason at one point in time, I think because that's what we found in the closet. Nonetheless, it has all of the supplements. Well, one of those supplements this year was requested through a council discussion about a code enforcement officer and the addition of that. And we thought today was a good day to kind of talk through what that would look like. There are others. There are lots of other supplements, and we will be talking about those when we come back for our budget discussions later, I think in April. But this one today has so many things associated with it. It has a lot of questions around it, not only from council, but from staff and how it would work. So we thought today would be a good day to sort of deep dive and look at that and get the idea of if we do want to do this, then great, staff will continue down that path. If we want to deviate or take a different direction, today's that day to kind of talk through that. With that, John, I'll turn it to you.
Mayor, council. So as town manager mentioned, we've been asked to look at the options and directions we might go with another code enforcement officer that would be directed primarily towards some animal control activities, addressing some of the concerns we've been hearing from residents of the town about dogs at large and off leash in our parks and so forth. So just a little bit of background to get started. In going back and researching this, we found that the town did have animal control officers previously. About 15 years ago, it was decided that they weren't as necessary, and we ceased providing that service. Instead, began to contract with Maricopa County Animal Control. That's been a contract of about $30,000 a year. We've run into some recent issues with them and fulfilling that. There was a significant cost increase that came this year. Their performance of being able to come here and provide the level of service that we wanted was not meeting expectations. And we can get the basic service from them without any contract. So we've terminated that contract at this point, and we're looking for options for how to address this particular issue in town. We have done some surveys last year, April, May, and November. Code officers went to various parks at various times and days to see what was going on in terms of the numbers of dogs on and off leash. You could see the numbers from those particular periods when we did those searches. So a lot of dogs, we didn't really find that many off leash at the time the officers were there. So the proposal is for an additional code enforcement officer to help address this issue. You can see the costs involved there for the officer. There's some offset in the savings we have from the previous contract with animal control. There'll be some one-time costs to provide a vehicle and some other equipment for this person, this position. As currently envisioned and has been discussed, the basic duties of this officer are described in the top part of the slide. Patrol parks and public areas. They see somebody with a dog off leash, they would inform them that they need to get their dog on leash. They could request their name and contact information, but there's no obligation for them to respond to the officer or to do as asked. If there is some type of confrontation that ensues, MCSO could be contacted to come and assist with the situation. They would not be able to really stop a person and approach them and do anything more to try to get them to comply with the codes. they would not be able to confiscate a dog or write a citation.
If we were to have, let's say, animal control here all the time, Maricopa happened to have somebody here all the time, which we know we can't afford, so I realize that's not an option. But if we did, could they do any of those three things that our code officer would not be able to do?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I believe they can. I'm not sure how much any of the others have been looking at it, have looked into what all MC or the animal control can do, but I believe they can confiscate the dogs and approach people, get that information, get the dogs. They have the equipment to do that and the training and the vehicles and so forth.
But we're assuming that was if it was Maricopa County, because Maricopa County would have a place to take the dog where even if we had someone here that could confiscate the dog, I can't take him in. So yeah, I'm sorry, my husband would divorce me. So we would definitely have a problem with what to do with the animal. So that's a big part of why we can't do that in-house, as it were.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, some of that's going to come up on some subsequent slides here, but yes.
And if I can just chime in to to clarify, yes, animal control can absolutely confiscate a dog, but they are limited in what they can compel someone to do, i.e. if they come up, just like John said, if they approach someone with a dog off leash and say, you need to put your dog on leash, and the person tells them, well, you can't make me, and walks away, they can't make them. They don't have arresting powers, they don't have anything of that nature. But they can issue citations. Again, it's sort of a tricky thing because in order to issue the citation, the person has to provide their ID and cooperate, so to speak. And if they choose not to, there's not much that animal control can force.
Which is no different than if we had our own in-house code enforcement officer doing it. So basically, the only difference would be confiscating the dog.
Arguably, yes. I mean, there'll be some other differences that we'll talk about. But yeah, for this conversation, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I need clarification, please, if you don't mind, John. This is a general code enforcement officer. This isn't just the dog catcher officer, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember, that is correct in terms of our current organizational structure. What we're looking at to be a code enforcement officer. So this person would also be trained and available to do other types of code enforcement activities if they're not fully occupied by taking care of animal issues, but that'd be their focus and their primary responsibility.
So the code enforcement officer would be a general code enforcement officer, primary responsibilities to back up the code enforcement officer now, but also take care of animals, et cetera, or is it backwards?
So, Mayor, Councilmember, I would say it the other way around. Their primary responsibility would be to take care of the parks, the dogs, looking for those issues, and then as they have time, they would back up the other code officers.
Is the animal problem, for lack of a better word, tantamount to requiring a full code enforcement officer for that? Or can it, if this is agreed upon, and we haven't discussed it up here, can that be reversed, where the primary is to help the current code officer and spend maybe half of his time or whatever being animal control officer? Because I don't, maybe I'm missing something, but I haven't heard that we have that many problems with animal control in town.
Well, Mayor, Councilmember, that's one of the reasons that we're wanting to have this discussion today, because that's the direction staff needs and understanding we need to get from council, is what priority this really is and how you'd like to see it approached.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Wesley. Actually, to piggyback off of Councilwoman McMahon's statements a little bit, I believe that my opinion lies that this should be a smaller percentage of what this code enforcement officer would be doing if we were to take him. I understand that we do have complaints regarding dogs that are off leash. That's something that we can have some focus on, but I believe that our current code enforcement officer is pretty overwhelmed. Am I correct in saying that?
Mayor, Councilmember Toth, yes, we have 2.5 officers currently, and they are busy all the time.
Yeah. No, I would imagine. And considering, sorry, new tangent. Would the code enforcement officer have anything to do with enforcing business licenses?
Mayor, council member, we do work with finance department on that issue as they have people who are not getting the renewals. Our staff does go help with that.
Would there be any opportunity for a new code enforcement officer to be more preemptive in that if, not just if someone's getting late on their renewal or not getting their renewal, but if we have a new business in town, do we have someone that's approaching and saying, hey, just so that you know you're required to get this business license, it's $50 a year. Do we do that?
Mayor, councilman, we don't have anybody that's doing that at this point.
Could we make him do that?
We could look at that and see what we could do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. You answered one question. We have 2.5 staff code enforcement right now. Could this job be done on a part-time basis, A, and can we cross-train some of the other people that we currently have who could fill in, and maybe we have a shift, different shift that hits these parks or wherever this problem is? Again, I'm not seeing this as a big off-leash problem in the town, and maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just wondering if we need a full-time person for a part-time problem. I don't see that as being a solution, but maybe I'm wrong. So I'm just throwing that out there. So maybe we start out at a part-time and see how that works out, and maybe a little cross-training and have other people be able to fill in as well when needed, if the problem arises.
Sorry, follow up. Councilmember Friedel made something pop in my head. Our current half, you said we have 2.5 at the moment for full-time equivalent. Would our current half be interested in going full, and then we're not onboarding a new person?
Mayor, council member, we could discuss that with him. He's a retired police officer, and not sure he's really looking for full-time work again, but it's certainly a possibility. He does have a particular interest in dogs, and so, you know, maybe, but we'd have to explore that.
Well, understandable. And I would like to further discuss whether or not dogs are the focus, because I think maybe we should be talking about other responsibilities if we were to take someone on, but understandable. I want him to enjoy his retirement, so.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So it seems that this would be a person, according to your statement, that would be primarily a dog enforcement guy. And if he had any extra time, he would go to code. If we didn't hire somebody that had the credentials of a code enforcement officer, but just a dog catcher, would we save on that $95,000 a year figure? Because I think I know a lot of people around town that would do that job for probably $35,000. A lot lower. That's $100,000 a year seems to be a lot of money for somebody that can't approach somebody, can't confiscate a dog, and can't write a citation. It just seems like they're walking around dog parks screaming at people to get a leash. It doesn't seem like a very good value for our money, unfortunately. Again, if they weren't credentialed to be a code enforcement officer, could we just save some money on that?
Mayor, council member, certainly we could look at that as another option.
We also had some other discussions about that. So it's not just off leash, it's, you know, other things, you know, the cleaning up and things that happen at the median and on people's mailboxes and stuff. And I know they can't be everywhere all the time, but when I see people have to put signs on their mailboxes telling people not to let the dogs use the mailboxes in front of their homes, it just feels like, I don't know, I guess maybe because we hear it more, but I've heard a lot of issues. But again, it's such a vast, you know, you can't be everywhere all the time. The other sort of overlap with this is having someone at the park that might be kind of like a ranger type, because there's other, you know, I think that's where, you know, this says seven dogs. I don't really know where that came from because there's been a lot of talk. Oh, okay, because I hear it, you know, up at Adero and at the parks and people actually getting bit. And so I think it's something that I think needs attention. But I don't know, you know, the answer is not easy. The other part is to ask law enforcement, what, do they have any sort of a part of that maybe we could put the money into the contract or something. So I don't know if that's something possible, but I'm also not opposed to the idea that they could do more of the regular code enforcement jobs as well. Councilwoman?
So can we go back to the beginning? Does the town need another code enforcement officer, John?
Mayor, council member, I will always say yes to that question. The 3 or 2.5 that we have, they're constantly busy. There's always more that could be done.
Right.
The scheme of the needs of the town, is that the next highest priority? That's something for, you know, the town manager and the council to figure out. But
Right.
we could use one.
Because I have heard complaints about the fact that codes aren't being enforced, et cetera. And so I guess my question is this. If we're looking at this, is it important for the town, since they're, no offense, I don't mean to insult you and your team, behind in code enforcement, looking at a code enforcement officer, but also assigning him or her dog catcher responsibilities? I mean, because I think if we're going to spend money like this, I think we ought to get everything we can out of the dollar, so to speak. And if it can help your team enforce codes and do double duty, then I think we really seriously need to consider that versus part-time. That's my opinion.
And to get back to what Hannah was saying too, I think that's definitely a need, and you know, about the businesses. And I know that in the future we'll be talking about a little bit about our business license process, some of that pre-screening a little bit. So, you know, I definitely can see what you just said.
If I can bring it together from, and everybody has all of has very valid points in what you've offered up here. I wanted to kind of share, and you kind of saw some of the numbers that John mentioned. Staff went out, a lot of this conversation has been going on for the last, let's say, 9 months to a year. We've heard comments, we've heard feedback. It is a little bit cyclical in terms of there's lots of dogs out in the parks right now because it's beautiful and everybody wants to be out. We don't see too much of it in the summertime when it's 120. A lot of folks are just not out. You see it a little bit, again, evenings, sunset, sunrise, that type of thing. So it does have a bit of a ebb and flow to the concerns. That being said, we took that time, and Vince, you kind of saw Vince nodding in the back. I think Vince was our willing participant to go out and visit the parks at different times and different hours to observe. How many dogs did he observe and how many of them were off leash? And those are the numbers that you saw. And he did it, I think, 3 different times, different parks for about a week or so each time to kind of, again, just observe and gather data as to, is there a problem? How big is the problem? What are we seeing? So what we're bringing forth is a response to the concerns we've heard, not necessarily that we are endorsing that, yes, we think we have a rampant problem. It's the intersection of we're hearing the public. We have or had animal control who, while in theory is our enforcement agency, really weren't able to do what we needed them to do. So there was a service gap there. So the question is what do we want to do about it? Councilmember McMahon, you kind of mentioned it. Do we have a problem? It's a matter of perception. If we do, we can certainly bring on a new code enforcer with a focus there, or just say, hey, it looks like we need a code enforcer for, you know, across the board. This would be something new under their responsibilities, but I don't want to put out the false impression that that's going to solve the off-leash problem, because it probably won't. Again, it's one of those things, it's like, having deputies on the road, does that help speeding? Yes, it does. Does it solve it? No. It's generally a situation of opportunity. So I just want to make sure that that's kind of, the expectations out there are clear. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say, there's no teeth here to do anything to stop this. I mean, this is just, you can't stop and even approach a person, and you can't take their dog, and you can't write a citation. So, I mean, if it's bad behavior, I don't know that this is the solution to curb that.
Well, I guess that calls to the question, what can we do like that? I mean, what if we had really big fines. For example, like with speeding, you know, all of a sudden, or like using HOV lanes, you know, when you see that $700 thing on the sign, you're like, oh, I'm not going to do that. So there's got to be other things that we can do to make it have more teeth, as you said, and make it matter. And there's also education. There's ADOG. There's Bo and our Insider and things like that. So the word is out that this is going to be something we're going to start enforcing. And again, looking to the point where maybe they can issue citations or give them that authority.
Yeah, and that's actually, I was going to ask John or Vince, we kind of have talked through this multiple times at a staff level, because it's not just code enforcement. Obviously, there's parks involved, there's MCSO involved. You know, it has a lot of crossover. So my ask was going to be if John or Vince could walk us through a situational scenario that said, if there was a confrontation, somebody said, put your dog on a leash, they said no, here's what would happen. If they said, I need your ID, here's what would happen. If there was that, you know, can MCSO come and help us enforce? Do we need to make changes to our code so that we can issue citations? Again, that's assuming cooperation. You know, if we can, generally speaking, our code tend to send citations via the mail, if I remember, Vince. I mean, if you have an address and you know that there's a violation, you can send that code violation, that fine, to that person. So how would that work? Can you walk us through some of that?
So good morning, I'm Vince Hencher. I'm the Senior Code Enforcement Officer here for the town of Fountain Hills. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing me on 5 years ago. When this became an issue that was brought to my attention a year ago, it was something that came to my attention via Facebook. We have not received one complaint at code enforcement about dogs off leash. Not one. Right now, we're responding to barking dog complaints. We're responding to complaints from people who aren't picking up the dog feces. We respond to those. We cite. We've had people in court for those. Nothing about a dog off leash. When this came to my attention, I proactively went out at 4 o'clock in the morning because it was summertime. Fountain Park, Golden Eagle Park, Four Peaks Park. I stayed away from Desert Vista because that's where the dog park is down there. So during that time, for 2 weeks, somewhere between 400 and 500 dogs were observed walking in those parks, and a grand total of 5 off leash. Of those 5, during that 2-week time frame, in June of 2023, 3 people cooperated and put their dogs on leash, and 2 laughed at me and walked away. There's not really, I don't have the authority because I'm not post-certified by the state of Arizona anymore. I used to be a cop, but that went away. I'm now a civilian. We in code enforcement deal with properties. We don't really deal with people. If I walked up to a person and I demand identification, and the captain will support this, that is a detention. That is something that's given to me by the state of Arizona through Arizona Post. I can ask the individual to give me their ID. They don't have to. If they're there by car, I can get a license number. We can obtain the location. We can mail them a citation, and yes, we will do that. At Four Peaks Park, most of the people that are coming to that park are from the neighborhood. I would have to stalk them back to their house to find out where they live, try to prove who they are, and write them a ticket. So that has been what we have been experiencing up till now. And right now, code enforcement is also dealing with the rental registration. We are out there looking for business license issues that are brought to our attention by finance. We do contact those people. We get the license updated. Yes, there are brand new businesses coming into town who are not getting business licenses. So on top of the yards, the yard parking, the illegal parking, the buildings that aren't being permitted, we're also dealing with the dog issue in the parks that we're going to.
I wonder, you mentioned ADOG. I wonder if it would be any benefit for us to get some input from them. They deal with dogs all the time. I don't know if we've thought about that.
We have worked with ADOG. Thankfully, we have a pretty strong relationship with ADOG, and they've helped us put out information about, leash up, cleanup kind of campaigns and things like that. So they certainly have helped with the education component. In truth, they would like to see, I think, more enforcement actually as well, not only just on our standard leash laws about having dogs off leash outside of the dog park, but the rules that are inside the dog park as well. They would like to see more enforcement there. So they've actually expressed some concerns, and to the extent we've worked with MCSO on that too, to say, yes, they're park rules, but to how do we enforce them in the moment? And again, it kind of becomes, is it, I hate to say it this way, is it a dog on dog, situation? Is it a dog on human situation? And that can all matter. We've obviously directed them, if it's a dog on dog situation, call animal control. They're the best ones equipped to do something, but they are not able to respond in the moment. It is several days later, you'll get a follow-up call. So that can be difficult. So while ADOG is a great resource for education, enforcement is a different thing.
So going back to my original question, if we're going to spend this kind of money on a code enforcement officer, we need a code enforcement officer for a lot of things that they are having difficulty addressing. That should there could be a problem with animals, they can all, not just one code officer, but it sounds to me like almost all code officers are addressing that. So I think my focus would be on hiring another code officer.
Madam, if I could address that, an officer who's going to handle dogs requires special equipment and special training. And that training right now, there is a national certification organization that we could be certified through. But that is specialized training. And the officers that work for animal care and control through Maricopa County right now that have completed that, they're also carrying personal equipment to protect themselves from the owners. Well, yes, the owners. It's a very passionate subject matter. And if you go up to somebody, when I worked for Maricopa County and I worked with the animal control officers, I did a civil backup, it's called, where we went, they had to take the dog. I was there to protect the animal control officer from the owner, because the owner in most cases was not going to allow anybody to take that dog. A lot of it had to do with bites, and the dog had to be quarantined. It was required. So it's a specialized trained area. If you want all of the code enforcement officers to be cross-trained to do this, we're all going to have to receive that training. The issue that I've discovered is we don't have a governing body that does that. When I contacted Animal Care and Control, they do all their training in-house. They would not take one of our officers and allow us to come there and be trained with them. So my question is, and I don't have the answer for you right now, where would we get that training? I don't know. My suggestion with Director Wesley was we find an officer or find officers and see how much they're getting paid and offer more money, and we get one of the officers who's already trained and certified to do it. Then they could focus on that. We can train them to do other code enforcement activities. If things appear to be slow, as the town manager just advised, in the summertime, this is very slow. We don't have a lot of activities. And we can use the help with regard to the other stuff that we're doing. So,
well, thank you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your suggestion, and maybe that should be looked into first before deciding on spending $100,000 on a code enforcement officer if the focus is going to be on animal control and people control.
Councilwoman?
I have a further question for our code enforcement officer. Considering that when you performed your survey, there were about 400 that were on their leash following the rules, about 5 that were off the leash, 3 of them complied with you. Do you believe that this issue even if we were to say, okay, we hire this one person, we get them certified, they're our animal people guy, but we're having him help you on other things as well. Even if we do that, do you believe that this is an issue that requires another body on its own or requires pepper spray certification, considering our percentage of compliance here? If it's loaded, I apologize. I just,
Yes, give us another code enforcement officer, please.
okay.
But, so, I didn't do it just once. I've been out on 3 separate occasions, as Ms. Goodwin has advised you on that. The time frame that I went out, at Fountain Park, first thing in the morning, there is a tremendous flood of activity with people with dogs. I went to all parks in the afternoons, in the morning, even as late. I live here in Fountain Hills. I walk my 2 dogs, every single day. So I see an awful lot of activity with the dogs. We have a lot of activity on the avenue here with dogs, dog activity. So every time I went out there, there was, in a 2-week period, observed somewhere between 300 and 500 people with dogs. On a Wednesday morning at Fountain Park, in 1.5 hours, I counted 68 people that walked their dogs that were there. One guy was off leash. As soon as I started walking towards him, he put it on leash, and that was the end of it. I never made any contact with him. I don't think this is a big problem for us here in Fountain Hills because we are a known dog community. People know that they can bring their dogs here. They take them everywhere. They're in Safeway. They're in the restaurants. They're on patios. We have signs that everybody is very welcome to have their dog here. Most people comply. One issue I had at the dog park at Desert Vista was an issue where there was a guy throwing a ball for his dog. When I approached him, he explained he couldn't go into the area where the dogs are allowed to be off leash and throw his ball because then 5 dogs ran for his ball. And then there was an argument with some of our friends from the dog people that run that there. So, and I sympathized with him, but I explained to him that the code is the code. You got to put it on leash. What I have not seen or heard yet, we do have an instance that I heard from Councilwoman Kalavanakis where she was approaching an individual. The dog, I believe, was on leash when it did attack him. So that is a personal situation that right now I have not heard. I have observed dog on dog, but as far as this being an issue with as many people that we have here, I don't think it's something that we're not experiencing. Again, code enforcement has not received one call of somebody complaining about a dog off leash at a park or anywhere else. We do have an issue in a neighborhood. We have one neighborhood, there's a big issue with dogs, and we're addressing that. Those people have been to court now on 3 separate occasions. We're about to go to court again on them. So code enforcement is doing what we can. And we deal with properties, and when the problem is at the property, we address it with the property owner.
So to summarize what I'm hearing, perhaps we don't need someone specializing in dogs, but we do need someone.
If we're going to address this as something with a dog issue, we need someone specifically trained to handle it with dogs. Because they do have the ability, animal care control can use a snare and take a dog. They can do that. If the dog is off leash, and I've been there when officers have just gone up, taken the dog, put it in the truck, and then we deal with the owner. So the equipment that we need is specialized. It's a truck, it's environmentally controlled, it's something that we can transport a dog to. If it turns out to be something where we do have an issue, like what Councilwoman Kalavanakis ran into, where it's a bite, that dog has to be quarantined. We can transport that dog down to the animal care control in Mesa. But it does require special training and special equipment.
Okay, so to re-summarize, perhaps this issue isn't something that we need to focus on, but it sounds like your department as a whole, not talking about the dog issue, still needs help. You need a body, you just don't necessarily need a dog specialized pepper spray wielding
I don't know if I can answer
park
that.
police. Okay, that's okay. You don't have to answer that. That was very, very much a narrative on my end. So,
That's going to take us to another area.
but thank you for your help and thank you for providing your expertise. I will rephrase that. In my opinion, we do not need someone who is focused on dogs, but I think code enforcement needs someone, another body or another part-time person. I understand the concerns. I understand that to someone who experiences an issue with a dog, this is a very pressing issue, but considering just the town-wide percentage we're talking about here, especially considering how many people have their dogs around town, that this isn't really something we need to have a hall or a park monitor for. And I think it puts a little bit of a damper on the park experience if a pepper spray wielding code enforcement person is standing at the park at the ready, I think at some point we need to consider how much we want to be babysitting people. I know that code enforcement itself needs help, but I think that this issue does not require, in my opinion, somewhat of an extreme reaction, and especially to the tune of $100,000.
One last question. Do we get any help from MCSO if they're out patrolling, they see somebody with a dog off leash? I'm not trying to give you any extra work, Captain, but I'm just wondering, is this a county thing and a town thing and not MCSO?
My understanding, and Captain, hop in if I'm wrong, is that if there was a life and death, if there was a dangerous situation, a dog is mauling somebody or charging, and it's a rabbit or whatever, and it's a imminent threat, yes, MCSO will absolutely step in. But if it's a dog off leash because they're running around a park, the MCSO is not going to do anything.
So I think that the perception or whatever and the reality, however we're talking about it, is quite varied because, I feel like I, not only, actually not at parks, but just walking, in my just regular experience, I've had dogs charge out of homes and such. We've had incidences where family members have been bitten. So I don't think it's not a problem, but I'd also agree that it should be where somebody would have other jobs. And again, it's not just off leash. There are other things that occur that at parks too. So like park rangers and such, not to make their experience bad, but other cities have park rangers that have enforcement capacity or authority. So I don't know, Rachel, maybe just some more thought into how this could look. I think you're hearing that probably somebody to help code enforcement out is there, but I don't feel comfortable ignoring this problem. I have heard from many people about it and experienced it, and sounds like maybe you did, Brenda. And again, there's not like a lot of ways that people can be everywhere on every street if a dog comes out of a yard or such, but it's kind of a combination of things. People need to know what the rules are, what the laws are, so they don't laugh at our code enforcement officers who approach them when they're just trying to do their job. It's unacceptable, and and I don't think that. I think what ADOG has said is legit, and I don't think we should just ignore it as part of, if we're going to go forward with adding somebody, whether it's part-time or full-time. I don't think that should not be part of it, and maybe code enforcement isn't the place for it. You said you never heard anybody call you about it, and frankly, that probably wouldn't occur to me to call code enforcement about it, but we canceled our Maricopa County animal control, so we have nothing now, even if you know, there's a, I don't know, what if they do if there's a, you know, javelina in the road or whatever, or, you know, kind of an aggressive coyote.
They're still obligated to be,
Okay.
to provide services. Our contract was for extended services, for beyond their standard
Okay.
scopes. But to your point, and it's not lost, is that, and I know Kevin can vouch for this too, the parks get calls. The parks get calls about dogs off leash because it's generally where it happens. And so we generally get calls, or they're reported to park attendants or staff in parks or whatnot. So it's not to say that it's not happening. We certainly know that it is. It's just, again, perception to the extent of where and how and what we can do about it. So what I'm hearing is we'll take this, we'll, again, come back through at the staff level to sort of see if there's some other measures, even if it's just mild measures, whether it's some code changes to give some more abilities and capabilities to existing staff, and then also review the potential of bringing on a standard officer, a code enforcement officer, that would be, you know, again, usable throughout the entire town, not just focus on animals. And then we'll circle back on that. Great.
Would you like to take a break? It's up to you. Yeah, I see some yeses. I guess we'll do that. Thank you. Okay, stop all that frivolity. We're getting down to business again. We're going to change up the order a little bit and talk about the Panoramas project first. And I know we don't take comments, but only know that what we're doing today is discussing, so there'll be plenty of chance to have input. If you hear something you really like or hear something that you'd rather veer away from, and you're in that neighborhood or not, just let us know. But Justin, do you have anything to add, Rachel?
No, what I was going to just kind of preface is that, and you kind of all saw it in my email, that this is not our CIP discussion. We have a whole day set aside in about a month to talk CIPs and talk about all 20 projects or whatnot. Today, we're just hitting the highlights on a couple. Why? Because they're high vis. They're probably not projects that you have heard of yet, and so we wanted to sort of introduce them and get your thoughts about them before we get too far along. And because they will have an impact on our community in terms of traffic, in terms of, again, just being high vis and high impact. So we're going to talk about 3 or 4 projects today just to sort of make you aware, but keep in mind this is not the full CIP. We will have a whole day about those. So with that, Justin, you're going to get us going? Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity, and I thank you for allowing us to skip ahead. There are a group of residents here that have been working with town staff and the manager in regards to Phase 2 Panorama since its inception and during construction. And I will say, in regards to engagement, a large number of those people on more than one occasion have come down to the project and stood and listened to me speak and give updates in the field that we're going to be seeing shortly. This project right here was originally a concept plan during Phase 1 of the Panorama Storm Drain Pipe. Please note, at the time, we had the catastrophic failure and a decision was made to move forward to correct the first nearly 3,000 feet of pipe. This phase right here was included. Due to funding challenges related to that, it was broken out into 2 phases. The photo that you're seeing on this slide right here was formerly a drainage area that primarily took storm water and natural spring water out of the town's property through some private property and onto the sovereign nation. This area was considerable issues for many, many years, primarily because of the ponding and stagnant water. It was very difficult to do any maintenance on because you couldn't get any equipment down there. The decision was made as part of Phase 2 Panorama to pipe approximately 800 feet of this and utilize free materials to create the space you're seeing now. The proposal is to create a nature walk in this area by installing a meandering walkway that comes off from the bottom right-hand side near where that white vehicle is at and kind of meanders through this. Part of that would include trees, shrubs, other plantings, and a place to sit. I had mentioned earlier that there is a large group of the residents here, and they understand they can't speak, so we put together a code, and I indicated that when I held my hand up, if they were in support, they had an option to do the same. And I only do this because rarely do we get this type of involvement in a neighborhood where they have designated several representatives, and those representatives have been in touch with town staff since the beginning. With that said, one of the discussions that we've had internally with the town manager, Mr. Snipes and I, is whether or not this area should be designated as a park. Let me give you some of the primary reasons we were discussing that. It allows for the same staff that maintains the parks, and we know the quality of them, second to none, to also provide maintenance and guidance for this area, but it also allows for the town to post and enforce rules in regards to time and type of use. The second option would be that it would just be part of open space and it would be public works. While we certainly do an incredible amount of maintenance on the medians, washes, in other open space areas, there is certainly a considerable amount of difference in regards to those two types of uses and designations. With that, if you have any questions that I might be able to ask, I would be glad to do so.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, Justin. So the thought is putting a 6-foot wide meandering sidewalk through there. Do you have plans then to cover the rest of that open space with some kind of ground cover, like granite or something else that would eliminate the dust and the dirt that's being blown all over? I was down there a couple of times and happened to catch a gust of wind. So if you have an answer to that, fine. If not, if that's something we need to talk about, great. Or are you looking at planting grass in there, similar to Fountain Park?
Madam Mayor, the council member, the intent would be to plant native plants, trees, and shrubs in there, and then use some type of granite. The size and color would be determined by Mr. Snipes and his team, regardless of the designation, because they are really experts in that area. So basically, there would be, all of the surface would be covered with some type of mulch treatment, granite or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just kind of curious if this would be an expansion of Fountain Hills or Fountain Lake Park, or this is going to be a new, I think it's a fabulous idea. And it's a good way to protect that area so it's never going to be developed for something else. I'm just curious if we designate that its own park and rezone it that, or if we actually just expand the Fountain Lake Park to that actual plot of land there.
Madam Mayor, council member, I would defer that based on the designation, whether it's going to become open space right away or whether or not it's going to be a park. The town manager would provide guidance on the latter if it becomes a park and whether or not it will become an extension as we move forward.
Sorry. Thank you, Justin. A couple questions, if you don't mind. If this is an open space meandering walkway, which would fit in with the environment there, might be a higher, smarter use in the sense for quiet, not to say no to your idea as far as extending the park. It might be less expensive to maintain that. But I have a question. At the corner right there, the lake's across the street. Are you going to plan on adding a crosswalk so that this can be accessed from the park? Or, I mean, do you have the whole roundabout plans for this as far as pedestrian walkway across the street there?
Madam Mayor, council member, currently we do not have a sidewalk planned or a connector from El Lago crossing Panorama at this location. However, we do have a crossing just north of this at the Lake Overlook Trail crossing, and in the near future, we will likely have a marked crosswalk further west on Panorama. We are looking at that, and I don't want to get into the future capital projects, but we have some discussions in regards to marked crosswalks.
Okay, thank you. Also, not to put you on the spot, but in your estimate, would this be less maintenance than, say, a park or other usage, cost-wise and time-wise?
The cost of the maintenance really depends on the type of treatment. Historically, the types of trees that we plant in the right-of-way, we plant them and we allow them to become established, and then we turn off the water unless we're in a prolonged drought. And not to create any confusion, the drought here is about 1,000 years long. That's how it became a desert. However, for plantings that go into parks, there's a little bit more maintenance related to that because they will continue to water to ensure their longevity and the trimming and stuff. So it's a little bit more costly, but it's not a very large piece of property. We would certainly do that as part of the long-range planning in the 5-year horizon.
Hey, also, and thank you, of course, I would assume you're going to get the homeowners' input on their preference for what this use would be?
To the extent possible, absolutely. We certainly want to create an environment that is welcoming to them and that they approve of. There are some areas in there that Kevin and I obviously will be making some decisions on the types of trees and the types of plants and shrubs simply based on his experience related to that. But their input is absolutely valuable. You're welcome.
So when you mentioned trees, I know that, views are important to the neighbors. I just found that out. So I think, as far as height and density and that kind of thing, to, be super sensitive about that. And then the sidewalk, so the meander would kind of serve as a sidewalk would it get you from one place to the other if you wanted to, and it wouldn't be totally close to the road?
Madam Mayor, and indeed, it would connect on the southern end near our spring water pump, and then meander and come right out at the curb opening ramp, which is shown on the top left corner of this photo, right at the intersection of El Lago and Panorama there, and tie into that.
Perfect. And then the idea of a park, I think I would prefer that, because then you can be closed, after a certain time. I think, Rachel, you said maybe that's what you wanted to talk about, the trail, where it would even be more limited with use, just to make sure that, it was under our purview.
Yes, if I can, I was going to chime in actually on 3 different comments. To start with Councilmember Skillicorn, you mentioned whether it would be a new park or an extension of. I think if the idea is sort of, if everybody likes the concept of it, we'll come back when we bring the CIPs back and make a recommendation then as to, after we do some internal pros and cons to make sure that whatever we recommend makes sense. And then based on what you were saying, Councilmember McMahon, the idea of maintenance, I can tell you the idea we've all kind of talked about is we want to make it an asset, a nice kind of pocket corner for the residents over there. But we also don't want to take on a huge maintenance expense as part of that, which is why grass is not ideal. We don't want to do heavy irrigation and mowing and heavy hands-on maintenance. So whatever design comes forth, we'll be keeping that in mind. And yes, Mayor, to your point, having it designated, whether it's a park or, in other words, we were also talking about our trailheads. Our trailheads are designated from sunrise to sunset, so they do close at dark, where our parks have a designated hours. That will be part of that discussion about whether it should be an extension of Fountain Park, in which case it would have the same times, or if it would be potentially something different. So we want to be able to come back with that recommendation at the CIP. Today, we just wanted to make sure that everybody was kind of on board, that this is where the direction we want to go, and then we'll hone in a little bit more between now and then. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, I really love the idea of having a park here, and having the biophilic landscaping sounds good. The only thing I'm not too crazy about is an actual sidewalk with concrete. Is there some way that we can make more of just a natural meandering sidewalk with accented different colors of gravel, or like a stone liner or something? So it's just more like a nature park. I think when you introduce the concrete, it kind of ruins, to me, just the natural land. I'd like to keep it more natural landscaping and yeah, not go with the concrete. Is that possible?
There's 2 answers here, and one of them is coming shortly. Madam Mayor, Council Member, the short answer is yes. However, the DOJ requires that if we build an amenity, that it be accessible. And stabilized solutions in regards to some of the other stuff we've used, absolutely that is an option. It's just a little bit more challenging to maintain for those that may or may not have a physical challenge. And here comes part 2 of that.
One of the things I was going to say is that we just started talking about this project, but what we did up at Adero, right inside the gate entrance, we used a product called Staylock that is ADA accessible, and I think that would be a great use for it down through this section, where it would blend in a little bit more. It's a little bit softer on the walk as well, and it's something where it would require about the same type of maintenance as you'd be looking at for an asphalt or something like that, where every 8 or 10 years or so you'll be needing to go in and touch up some spots, but not completely redo. It's one where you can layer and fix any areas that have issues. So far, it's worked out really good up at Adero, so I think that could be a really nice addition to this area.
Thank you. One quick question, and I don't know if Kevin wants to answer it. But so I understand that if we do an improvement, it's got to be ADA. But I'm also kind of curious, what if this was something like the Panorama Trailblazers made a trail on native landscaping or, native, area there. And this might be something that the local community might want to have input on, and maybe they don't want to make a decision today, but I wonder if that's an option instead of having a concrete sidewalk. What if, like the trailblazers basically want to come in and make a trail, even though it would be fun maybe someday to have it connect up to, the other trail just up the street. It's a thought.
Getting it up to the other trail would require going back out onto the sidewalk, and so.
Yeah, and is there I did think, I looked in the map here, and I can't, when I zoom in on the satellite, I can't tell if there's a bike lane or something there, because I know there's no sidewalk. I know that's a challenge, but I'm curious if there was a bike line there that would maybe facilitate that.
Yeah,
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I'm kind of curious if the people, I think they should decide if they want a sidewalk or if they want a more of a natural hiking trail, really. I mean, not that people are going to be having a destination to hike to, but it might look like it fits better. It's up to them.
And that's kind of the idea with the Staylock is it does have, it has earth tones to it so that it doesn't stand out. It just takes less maintenance to maintain it, and that's why I would recommend that there. The other thing that you brought up as far as having it be an extension of the park, I would like to have it have its own designation, so if we have issues, someone doesn't go, it's Fountain Park adjacent, they can actually call it a name, and so we'll know where we're having issues.
Well, there are some really famous people that are deserving of a name too, so.
Okay, you get it? You got enough from us? All right, thank you very much. Did we have a slide that was still under the budget part that was after the animal control?
Paul and David, we on the detailed agenda up here, we talk about general fund allocation policies. Is that something we've already covered, or do you want to touch on that anymore? Okay. Okay.
Sharon, you're not going to give the speech? You're not going to give the speech to stick around? All right, so we'll go on to our next topic. For the Community Services Department, we've been looking at this piece of property for several years now. It kind of took on a name of Pleasantville, so we're keeping that for now. I know, but we're keeping it for now. And this is going to come out of development fees only. So this is using some of the development fees that are starting to get closer and closer to expiring. We're not there yet, but we're a couple of years now from losing some funds in this account. So we're proposing it using that fund. It is on the corner of Bainbridge and Golden Eagle, just north of Golden Eagle Park. That's why I did the bigger map there. You can see the triangle wedge of where it's at. What we're looking at having in here, we've had several discussions, but having it have basically a stargazing site, a classroom space, in an outdoor feel. You can see it's lined completely with trees to where that it'll block the views from the streets, and then the inner circle will be lined with a hedge to where that it's even more secluded to make it to where it's more of a peaceful spot. We're looking at having a small trail going around it as well, where we can have some plantings and have a whole bunch of different types of plants to show people what you can grow and how you can grow it, along with a couple of ramadas. And it's just a turnaround parking lot to make it easy to get in and out of. So this is kind of our ideas. And then why we're bringing it to you, we've had requests from Dark Skies for quite some time to find a stargazing location. They have gone out while we had tournaments going on, and with our new Musco lights, they said it's amazing how dark it is there. They were surprised, and thought it would be a fantastic location for it, so they are approving it. The residents who live up the hill, who have been complaining about granite and gravel and other things being dumped there, I teased the idea to several of them, and they were in support of it as well. It'll basically be a beautification of a vacant lot that the town has owned, so there's not a cost for the land. It'll make it to where that we can have some smaller outdoor classes. We constantly have requests for yoga and Tai Chi and things like that to get it outside. I think this could be a great location for that, as well as providing the educational planning trail. It also fits in with our economic development plan, so it kind of meets a lot of our, checks off a lot of boxes. So with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Would we still have the ability to use it as a staging area? Because I know that we do a lot of capital improvement projects like slurry sealing and road work up on the north side of town. So would we still have the ability to use that parking lot as a staging area if we needed to?
No, we would lose that ability.
Is there an alternative then for that?
Looks like I got a yes nod from Justin, so.
Thank you.
Where do you live right now? Councilwoman?
Kevin, it says $800,000 development fees only. Could you please explain what the fees were going to be, the cost? A little more detail.
So by using the development fees, it's funding that we've gained through development of the town. We get a percentage back from that, but it has an expiration date where if we don't use it to build on and add on to our parks, then we lose that money and it goes back to the developer. And so this is money that's been sitting there for quite some time, and so that's where we're trying to use it before we lose it.
And is that what you anticipate the full cost is going to be for it?
Yeah, I'm anticipating coming in under that, but just because it is a new property and seeing what we get into once we pull out the storage, I want to see what the soil's like to see if we have any issues from having asphalt and stuff like that stored there, just to make sure that we're covered as we're doing it. And then obviously we come in under a lot, and that's my goal on this one, but just to make sure that we have enough, that's why that number's on there.
And also, what do you think the timeline, if and when we look at this again and approve it, what do you think the timeline would be, please?
We'll plan on completing this in the next fiscal.
Okay, thank you very much.
One more question. So the development fees, if I'm correct, can be used to build new parks, but not maintenance going forward. So do you anticipate the maintenance on this park being much less than a regular park?
Absolutely. It's a very small lot. It's, I believe it's a little over an acre, if that. And so it's going to be nominal on cost of maintenance of.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, another really great idea. I think this is just a home run. I love this idea. Just to tie it back to the Panorama Park, would this walking trail be kind of like what I proposed for the other one, just kind of a natural gravel type of a thing? Yeah, because it was in brown. I don't have the picture here now. But yeah, I like that. And if we could use the same concept for the other park, I think that'd be perfect, because again, it just looks like natural landscaping, but spruced up. So yeah.
And my thought on this is we haven't tried the Staylock for a parking lot. I know they use it in a lot of state parks, and I think this would be a great spot to do that as well, to where that we could do a good test with it in a parking scenario. I know Sedona's done several hundred miles of trails with it, as well as parking lots, and they've had great success with it. And so it's to me, it would be the right spot to have a good sample to see how it does.
Okay, good. And then as they do the different foliage, are there going to be like little signs like this is what you're looking at, and a little information about? Yeah. Okay, great.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it sounds like a neat improvement. Is there any way you can make it cost half that, though?
We'll see. I would like to, but I just don't know. What I don't know is if there's contamination or not, and that's the biggest part of that. But yeah, I would like to.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. I think this might be for Rachel, excuse me, about if this is the designated stargazing place, are we going to charge fees for that, or is it just going to be the town's contribution in conjunction with Dark Skies and have it be the designated stargazing place?
You know, we really haven't talked through it at that level, but my guess, and this is just sort of off the top of my head, is if it's the idea is that it's a designated location so that if you're here, you know, visiting and you want it, and you know that we're a dark sky community and that's why you're here and you want a place to go look, by all means go. You know, it'll be posted and we'll have those rules. If we were to put on an event or some sort of collaborative thing that required registration or there was fees associated, then we would go down that path. But ideally, it would be open and usable for anyone, and that's kind of why we want to do it. Right now, you have to wait till we have a star party or we have some other type of organized event. We don't have a designated place to just go on a Tuesday night kind of thing.
It's funny because when I was doing the Smithsonian thing, that people were asking, well, where do you have to go to see the dark skies? And I was like, you don't have to go anywhere. And it's like here. But this is great. Two questions, well, actually three. So first of all, thank you, Justin, and everybody for being flexible on the use of that space, because it's been a discussion for a while, and I know that this is just a really beneficial way of solving some of those issues. Would we have enough development fees for the panorama thing, too?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it would be, when we were discussing this of whether it would be a park or an open space or whatnot, we didn't pull out the fees. So I actually probably need to get with David and Paul to see what the fund balance is there and, you know, what's available, but potentially.
Okay, because that would be just a thought, because that's a new, that would be a new park, so we might be able to use the development fees for that. And then, yeah, the idea of the signs, maybe some of the folks that helped us with the botanical garden could have some input on this as well. Councilman?
And will the hours be different since it's going to be for stargazing?
Good question. I think, again, we would probably need to flesh that out a little bit internally to make sure that it's something that we can manage. But right now, our parks are open till 11 p.m. So even if we stay stuck with standard park hours, that's a pretty generous window. If we needed to look at amending that, if there was going to be something special at, you know, 2 in the morning and we needed to do something, we would have to kind of cross that, you know, we'd cross that bridge later. But in terms of general use, we have pretty generous evening hours.
Yeah, I think a lot like what we've done at Fountain Park when we've had some lunar activity where we ran the fountain in the middle of the night to allow people to come in. We just make a one-time limited exception and open it up for that sort of thing. I think we would probably follow suit with this as well. Thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity. The first thing we're going to discuss is Shea Boulevard. Shea Boulevard has been under construction for improvements and widening and considerable amount of safety improvements since it was a gift from the county in the very early 90s. During that time frame, the lion's share of the money contributed to that construction came from one proposition or another or some grants along the way. The total invested in the last 10 years is about $4.4 million. The town's contribution to that is about 1.3. So it's about on average, 70-30 splits, keeping in mind that some of the projects were 97% when it was a grant fund and we paid 3%. But on average, the split is 70% from either ALCP or Prop 400 money, or 97% of grant funding. The town manager, and I think it's important to bring this up, there's a couple of reasons. The portion that we're going to be working on next is eastbound between Palisades and Fountain Hills Boulevard. That's the south side of the road. We are very near 100% plans on that project, and it's going to be going to bid. And there's going to be some growing pains, let's just say. We're going to do our best to minimize it, but the bottom line is there are going to be days and nights when traffic is going to be restricted in that eastbound direction, and sometimes, but rarely, in the westbound direction. I'm bringing this up because recently we had a little issue at Eagle Mountain in Shea where traffic backed up for a great distance, eastbound traffic into Scottsdale. We certainly worked to resolve that when we were doing our sealing, but this reminded the town manager and I that there's 30,000 cars a day coming the opposite direction, and we need to get in front of this. The other reason we thought it was important to bring this up is there's been discussion for a considerable amount of time in regards to the future and payment options or funding options for the rest of the streets in Fountain Hills, including arterials, collectors, locals, and some alleys. People are going to be asking questions. Why are you asking us for money if you're able to do this on Shea? And here's a good example. There are at least some persons out there that believe that Shea is not relevant and does not need any widening, and that money should go somewhere else. It's important to know that if we elect to move away from the ALCP planning in regards to Shea Boulevard, which started in the 90s, we simply cannot take the state's money and move it anywhere else. That money will be transferred into another agency's coffers so they can complete some of their projects. The only part that would remain would be that 30% of the town funding, which is a considerable amount of money over 25 or 30 years, but not much for year to year. The second part of that, which is going to be the final phase, is going to impact eastbound between Fountain Hills Boulevard and Technology. There's a short section in there that will need to be widened as well to 3 lanes. And then included in that, there is a westbound section between Technology and Fountain Hills Boulevard. So we're probably looking at 26, 27, 27, 28, depending on available town funding for match and the ALCP, and obviously the voters when they go to vote and vote on the prop as it's coming up. That will certainly have an impact. Any questions related to Shea before we move on?
Just about the Prop 479, what are the ramifications if it doesn't pass to this project?
The ramifications to the town in regards to Shea are pretty substantial. We will only be able to spend the monies that are budgeted for, I think, the next 3 cycles. And then after that, tough decisions are going to have to be made at a political level at the governor's office that will include all of the stakeholders, including the mayor of Fountain Hills. The other one to that is ALCP funding. We've applied for that to help us offset our cost for our other arterials, which is Palisades, Fountain Hills Boulevard, and Saguaro. That is a very big impact to the funding scenarios there in the 30 or 25-year plan. So while it's not currently in the 5 or 10-year horizon, it is in the 20 and 25-year horizon, and that has a big impact on this community in regards to funding and the level of service or the pavement condition index for those other 3 arterials. The aerial lifetime, arterial life cycle for pavement. Arterial life cycle is what it is.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I know this has been, I think, many years in the process. When this was first proposed, were there traffic studies done that indicated that we needed this widening?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, indeed. Keep in mind that it started when it was still the counties, and the county engineering department would have been making projections in cooperation with the Maricopa Association of Governments and the Arizona Department of Transportation. So yes, the planning process, including projections, and also we get a traffic count every 4 to 7 years, or rather, they do, to make sure that we're on track with the necessary increase or uptick in volume for that area. And we're really, really close, within a few thousand vehicles a day, to the projections that were made 15 or 20 years ago.
And so has there been any recent studies that indicate this uptick where we would need this project? Because again, just living here, it seems like there's never any traffic stacking or backing up. It always seems very free flowing. And I know this is going to provide quite an inconvenience to our town for probably 18 months, where it could go down to one lane. And I'm just saying, if we're going to put the town through this kind of aggravation, where there will be traffic problems, there will be traffic backing up, there could be great delays. There should be a really clear indication that this is necessary for us to go forward. And then I also question, you know, like you said, there's 30,000 vehicles that go through that corridor every day. I would imagine just a small fraction of them are people that live in Fountain Hills. Is that true? What part would be Fountain Hills, and what is just a conduit to get from Scottsdale and the East Valley to Payson and other portions of the state?
So, Councilmember, we have two questions. The first question was in regards to the count. So MAG just completed one 5 weeks ago. We'll get the results from that very shortly and be able to compare them. The answer to your second question is the intersection of Shea and Palisades is our highest count intersection. As you travel east to Fountain Hills Boulevard, there is a reduction. And then as you travel further east, Saguaro, there is also a reduction. So our highest count is Shea and Palisades. And then it gets slower as you get east. So we would have to look at the pass-through traffic, and we would have to exclude at least two of the big holiday weekends where we have 4-day weekends. Mm-hmm. So there are 2 summer weekends where people are outbound starting as early as Tuesday, and then inbound everybody on Monday. So we can certainly pull those numbers together and provide them as we move forward on this project to give an update in regards to the counts. It's difficult to determine the exact, but we can get pretty close.
Okay, and then the other thing I'd like to address is there's currently a referendum on the apartment complex at the Target Center. And if that is successful, then I anticipate that that section of town, the Target, will probably close, the shopping mall will probably close, and a lot of the businesses will just go out of business in that whole section of town. Are we factoring that in to whether we need to expand the road in a section of town that's going to be dying?
It would be difficult to determine what the impact will have one way or the other in regards to that project. However, that section of Shea was already widened. In fact, through that development, that section was widened. Whether or not it will have an impact further west of there, I'm uncertain of that. The projections are not necessarily based on just one factor in regards to businesses and our multifamily or single-family homes. All of the factors are taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I want to point out is this has been a discussion for years. I've had a couple of complaints from people that may live along a viewing line of Shea where they've got a bit of a fear factor that the price of their home may be in danger. I remind them that many councils have been having this conversation. This is something we've known is going to need to happen for years. Your property was already valued at the fact that it was going to be an extra lane years ago. So I wanted to be sure and get that point across. Also, it was mentioned that traffic seems free-flowing now, which I agree, but we need to be on the front end of this before those. This is not done just for Fountain Hills. This is done for Maricopa County and people passing through to get to 87 and to get from 87 back. So we need to be on top of this so we don't become known as that town that didn't expand their highway, and now they have to be in line an extra 30 minutes or whatever to get through a traffic light so that they can go to Payson for the weekend. I feel like that's very important to get across as well. I had one other point, and I may have to come back to that because I didn't write it down. But I just wanted to make sure that at least those two things got said. Thank you.
Yes, full disclosure, the vice mayor said a lot of what I was going to say, so thank you for that. The project is absolutely necessary, and in that it will become absolutely necessary very soon. We are situated where we are 25 minutes, well, 35 minutes from two different airports. We're one of the only corridors to northern Arizona, right there on the corner there. And I mean, the comments regarding the referendum were highly, highly presumptuous, but even if that were the case, this is a significant amount of people that would be coming up north. And so I appreciate your work on this. I look forward to seeing it unfold over the next several, or continue to unfold over the next several years. And thank you for breaking this down so eloquently.
Thank you. Rachel, did you want to say something, and then Peggy?
Sure. I just wanted to ask Justin if you could offer one clarification for us, which is if we were to not do the project, we understand that we could not reallocate the state monies, right? We would have to forfeit them and they would go back. But my next question is if we did that, would we ever get it back again if we decided to do this 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Yeah, I said if we forfeit it now, my concern is would we ever get it back if and when we were ready to do it? And again, that's probably highly dependent on Prop 479. There's lots of things, but arguably my concern is that if we don't take it now, we may not have that opportunity. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. For the record, we've actually done this for multiple years due to limited funding. So Shea is about 15 years behind. So we've asked that they defer our portion and or keep it in the bank for us. More often than not, it has been the design that we are required to use selected firms as part of the agreement. And the design takes a considerable amount of time. I think this section was actually originally supposed to be constructed in 2000. And a decision was made at that time to move to the other side westbound, which we refer to locally as the climbing lane, but to the rest of the folks, it's westbound Shea, the number 2 and 3 lane and sidewalk from Fountain Hills Boulevard to Palisades. And the reason for that was because that grant money was going to go away.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. Rachel said what I was thinking, but also I'm not seeing this type of allocation of money available for us to repair our streets and Shea Boulevard like this. What's the timeline on it, do you think? And hopefully this money won't go away, because I think that we can't ignore the fact that we have repairing our streets, improving our streets, et cetera, ingress and egress to and from Fountain Hills. So I don't want to ignore something as impactful as this.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, the phase eastbound between Palisades and Fountain Hills Boulevard, we intend to release that to bid probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks, and come back to the council prior to the summer break and ask for permission to start the project.
That answered my question.
Thank you. So the 18-month thing, that seems like a lot. Is there, on the south side, is there, is it utilities? Is it grading? Do you know where that number came from?
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure where that 18 months came from. So as part of the bid documents, there will be an allotted amount of time that is reasonable based on the engineer of record. It's not likely to be that long. That's very, very rare. In regards to grading and stuff, absolutely. There's some good news on behalf of that. Over the last 15 years, Public Works and engineering staff has worked with local developers to place material in these areas of Shea, reducing the overall cost for this by about $5 million. So the majority of that 18 months that it may have taken originally to fill all those giant canyons is now past because of the donated materials have been placed there. So it's probably, and I don't want to pick out a number, but I'm going to say less than a year, including all the wrap-up and cleanup.
That sounds more likely and reasonable with this kind of project. I really appreciate it. This obviously will involve Bo and all of us if once it gets started, you know, just like really tomorrow this is going to happen, the next day this is going to happen. But that's always what happens when you have to work on streets. And likely we'll be working on streets in other parts of the town like we've been doing for the last several years. And it does inconvenience people at the time, but I don't know, when you think about what Brenda said about the number of cars, that's, you know, that's actually why. The inconvenience part, because there's so many cars, is why we have to do it, because there's so many cars. So I really appreciate this, and I think you get the feel from everybody, okay? All right, thank you.
Not as in good shape as Justin.
So Mayor, our next, we're not quite done with the CIP discussion. We looked at a number of projects. Again, they were just sort of our quick version of what we're going to be talking about later at the end of March. But one of the things we did want to talk about today was the process for CIPs. And this has been a discussion, and it's kind of come up here and there about how, when we look at a project and you see it in March and you give it the okay, what happens then? Why does it come back? Why is there more discussion? Or why doesn't it come back? When does it come back? It sort of, and so we wanted to kind of go through what we do now and then possibly make some suggestions as to how we could improve that process. That sound right?
Sounds right to me.
Okay.
That's what the presentation says anyways, right? All right. All right, so like Rachel mentioned, this is our current process, or at least how it's worked since I've been here. So potential projects are introduced to the council at meetings like this throughout the budget process. During the final budget adoption, the final list of projects is presented and passed as part of the final budget. So once that happens, then that basically clears staff to go out and do the procurement for those projects. There's a whole process involved, and we'll go through those steps or those different avenues on the next slide. But once that procurement process is completed, or at least nearing the completion where a vendor's been identified and selected, then that contract with the vendor would come back to council and get approved. What isn't real clear on this slide, but there's projects that involve multiple contracts. So you could see multiple contracts back at council to be approved for the same project. And since that procurement process might be different timelines for each vendor, it could be over multiple meetings, and you know, things come back and forth, and so you could see a project for quite a few times. Once the contract's signed, then any materials and services are ordered or scheduled, and then if there happens to be some overrun where there's maybe a change in the scope, or something changes from year to year, then you might see a budget transfer that would need to be approved, as well as any contract amendments, that sort of thing. And then finally, the work's completed. Does that sound sort of familiar to what we do? Okay, that's good. All right, so the different procurement policies, as far as these are council adopted, and they are posted online. I'm not sure, do we still have visitors? Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. So yeah, the policies are posted online. So if anybody wanted to go and see the entire set, but I just basically pulled out the ones that are required for anything over $50,000, which, as you know, capital improvement are projects over $50,000. So We can either have invitation for bids that's submitted. Those are received. They're in sealed envelopes. There's a scheduling of the opening, and then those are all based on price. So lowest bidder wins. Requests for proposals is a little bit different. They do come in sealed. Then those are evaluated by a selection committee based on predetermined criteria, one of which would be price. But that's not the only determinant. And then, of course, there's requests for qualifications, which is basically just looking for vendors that are qualified to do the work, and that does not have to be evaluated. Again, it's by a selection committee, but price is not evaluated in those. Any questions on the procurement side of things? All right. So after some discussion, after we did a little bit of a different idea this current fiscal year when we did projects, since the council goes on break during the summer, so after the second meeting in June, we typically don't see council again until the end of August, beginning of September. There is some lost time there for projects that are actually ready to go right off the bat. So this year we did identify certain projects that were basically cleared to begin, start, contracts were approved, and after procurement, obviously the policies were performed. And you didn't really see them again until maybe an update, CIP update. That worked really well. Staff didn't lose any time during the summer while the council was on break. We'd kind of like to implement more of those types of projects and identify projects that the council's comfortable with doing that type of approval with. Then we'd kind of have we use this traffic signal. I'm not entirely sold on the whole thing, but I think it provides a pretty good indication, visual, as far as how this might work. So yellow light projects where council likes the projects, but they want to be a little bit more involved, maybe a little bit more, stepped approach to it. So staff would be cleared for the procurement process. Council would still come back with the contracts for council approval on contracts. Maybe it's something that where all the contracts could be, approved at the same time. I'm not sure exactly how that would work. But so that you don't have to continuously see each individual contract, maybe one simple motion for all of them. And then, of course, the progress would still be updated at the CIP updates. And then, of course, there's some projects that just nobody likes for our current fiscal year. Maybe they come back when maybe there's a little bit more information, a little bit more development, maybe, start getting some more citizen involvement, where there's some more support, like that, and it comes back in the next year or something, subsequent year. So that's kind of the idea, and we're looking to have a discussion on what everyone thinks about that.
Thank you for the explanation. However, I am still a little bit confused, if you don't mind, especially with this year going back and forth on a few projects. It got very, very confusing. Sometimes I thought these projects were already approved, and then all of a sudden it seemed like they were coming back. One of my concerns is the fact that we have a budget period. We approve, or you bring projects before us, and if it's not approved or it's not timely brought before us, it lags everybody behind, the staff behind, the budget behind, et cetera. That's my concern with this process, and I'm not explaining it as well as you're probably going to in a minute, hopefully, but I want to know if there's any step we can alleviate or add that is going to prevent that confusion and that lag that adversely affects staff time, preparedness, and budget consequences if that money isn't spent in that particular fiscal year. I know that's a large question, but it's a large situation that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
I'm going to see if I can help address it. So the answer is yes, and I think that this is actually a very exciting conversation for the staff. We've talked about it and how that lag is troublesome. I'll use a project like the splash pad construction. You know, that has a very sequential set of timing that we have to adhere to, right? We have impacts on the restaurants. We have impacts on the users of the splash pad. We don't want to, we don't want to shut something down in the middle of the summer when that's our only, water-based activity. So we want to be mindful of timing. Sometimes it has to do with weather. Sometimes it has to do with seasonality. There's lots of reasons, right? So to answer your question, in a perfect world, when you say, yes, we like the Panorama Nature Walk project, please go do it, tell us how it's going, come back if there's a problem. And off we go. And that is sort of the ultimate green light. We won't come back for contracts. We won't come back for, do you like this color or that color? We'll go forth with our best practices. We'll follow our procurement procedures that are online. We'll put out the proper RFPs or IFBs or whatever it is that we need to do to move forward and get the project done efficiently. If there's a hiccup, something comes back and, oh gosh, we didn't know this, something new, then we would come back. But otherwise, it wouldn't come back other than an update when we go, hey, we're almost done. We think it'll be ready in March, right? And that would be an ultimate green light situation. We would love to get to where a majority of projects have that authority, to where once they're approved, we go, staff goes and does. Understanding that not all projects are that way. Understanding that there are some projects that I really like it, but could you come back and tell us more? Or could you go talk to these residents or these businesses before starting? Could you get us some more details? So we understand that there's an interest and approval, but maybe want some more details before we move forward. I'd prefer to keep those projects somewhat to a minimum, let's say 80-20. 80% of projects get a green light, 20% maybe have that yellow light of concept of like, yes, I like concept, but I want more details. That is what slows us down sometimes, is the idea of going, we know we want to do it, we're trying to track down how much information council wants, can we get some more details? And that does kind of slide. And then of course the red light projects are, I love it, but we don't have the money this year, or hey, that looks like it may be better after we get, some road work done, or we get something else completed, put it on the outer years, but come back to it. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, it does address the question, but so what you're saying is we'll eliminate additional steps by when you bring a capital project to us, or you're going to say this project, we want it approved in whole, in totality, within these parameters, within these financial parameters. If we need anything else from you, or we need to update council, we'll come back to you.
Correct.
Okay? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you think of one, like you said, there are certain projects that you wouldn't want to do that for because neighborhood involvement, et cetera. What type of a project? Can you just differentiate for me?
I don't actually think it's the staff that would want to put a yellow light on it. I think it's more from a council level. If the council is not quite sure about a project or wants that input, generally speaking, if staff bring a project forward, if it's made it to that point where we're talking about it at this level, it's been pretty well vetted from the staff perspective and what we think we can get done and how we can get it done. It's more the yellow light would be applied by council. If that makes
Okay,
sense.
because in the past, when I've sat up here and approved projects, you guys have been very, very prepared. You've gone through the paces, you've checked the contracts, et cetera, and I can't say anything else, but you guys are prepared. You know what you're doing. So I would appreciate being able to give you that authority to take it and run with it, so that it makes it a lot easier, time saving for you guys, utilize your time, your salary's better, et cetera. So yeah, I think that's a really good idea. So thank you.
Just, Brendan, just one sec. I just want to also mention that one of the things that seems to come back is not just whether we like the project, but if it was a multi-year project, and then we feel like, wait, we saw this already, and then we end up voting no on something that's year 2 or 3 of something, which makes no sense. So I wouldn't mind if you know, that was part of it, part of the discussion. And I think when we do end up having to bring something back on an agenda to specifically say, this was such and such project approved such a day, you know, whatever, even the minutes even showing us that, so that, because I know that it felt like Groundhog Day sometimes, that we were, that's something that Art Toles used to say all the time, because we'd be like talking about it, it's just like, wait a minute, you know, I know we already did this. So so I think to your point, and then the biggest reason I think that we would ever bring something back would be where we didn't have a good feeling about our revenue at the time, or what our status was as far as being able to move ahead with something. Sorry, Brenda, go ahead.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of riff off of Councilmember McMahon's concerns. And she mentioned that sometimes she was confused as far as the status of what we're doing, and I feel that same confusion. And you know, we have a number of retreats where you're looking for a guidance either way, and sometimes I feel like we've given you guidance to go ahead, and then it comes back, we weren't sure, or sometimes I think like, oh, we're pretty clear that we didn't want that, and then it comes back again. And I do find that frustrating, and I know we've discussed this before in your office, but if we could vote, you know, and maybe we can't legally, but if we could vote, and then we'll have a clear, well, that was a 5-2, that was a 4-3, that was a 7-0, a slam dunk. Because if we can't have a vote, then sometimes you guys will walk out maybe thinking that you had an approval, and some of us felt like you didn't, and vice versa. So I wish that's something that we could drill down on, because I just hate to waste the staff's time on something that we kind of clearly didn't want, but then it comes back again after a couple of months, and they've worked on it, and they've prepared and spent hours and hours, and then it's like, hey, no, we didn't want that. So I just wish there would be less confusion, and I don't know what we can do about it, but I'm just going to throw it out there.
My hope is that, well, I'm gonna agree with you that staff would like that too. So I think we're all in agreement that if we can come up with a clearer process, it'll help everybody. And it may mean going through each project, and I hate to say individually, where we say, yes, you know, 5-2, 7-0, 4-3, whatever it is, and go, okay, these are the projects that we have recorded as go get them done. And keep in mind that we're kind of following past practices right now, which I think is what the confusion is that previously, when a project was approved, it was improved in concept, and then we would go out and get a contract, and then the contract has to come back and get approved. So I think that's where you're seeing these duplicate things going, I thought we already okayed this. Why are we talking about it again? Because there's a contractual element to it where we say, okay, great, we're going to build a skate park. Cool, go build a skate park. Well, now we came back, here's the contract. Can you approve the contract for the skate park? We would like to be able to get to a point where we say, go to build the skate park and follow the parameters of our procurement procedure, and off we go. And that would, again, eliminate those individual steps. It would eliminate that coming back and talking about it and feeling like Groundhog's Day. It would help that process, I think. And then to the point of when we talk about these projects, getting a clear direction of, okay, these are the ones we're moving ahead on, and we will give you updates. And I want to make that clear that we value that time to give you those updates so everybody does feel like they know what's going on. So it won't be just a disappear and never hear from it again. We'll do CIP updates. We try to work those in kind of quarterly. Everybody knows what's going on and what the status is without having this arduous, repetitive process. Does that, hopefully that would help?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points. One, not that it's not the level of trust, but I think you saw an example today, development funds versus CIP. I mean, when it's coming from that other bucket, hey, go do it, get it done. You know, so there's a difference of mindset, I think, with that. And then the second thing is, I don't know if this has happened with this council, but you might have a CIP project that starts out in 1 year under one council, bleeds over into the next council, and then that's an issue. So keep that in mind too. I don't know that it's always lack of knowledge or trust, but it just might happen that may come to bear at some point.
Mayor, thank you. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Kalavianakis's point about, just real briefly, the legalities of voting or whatnot. I understand that we do have those restrictions when we're at work session, for example, about formal action. But direction is, we've had this conversation before, Rachel, direction is always perfectly fine. And it may just be sort of moving along from past practice into this approach, and then whether it's Kevin or Justin or Rachel or whoever's the one presenting on the project to get that affirmative, clear understanding. And I think that's something that staff can take on and do better with as well, to say, okay, so based on this discussion, I am hearing X, you all like this. I am going to write this down on the list of things that we're going to move forward with. And if there's consensus, or at least a lack of dissent, then I think that creates the clarity that you're looking for.
One of the things I want to mention is about the actual budget itself when we're voting on the budget, because I know that that's where this conversation sometimes comes up, because somebody doesn't want to vote no on the whole budget, but they really don't want one of the projects. So if there's a way, we could vote on individual projects and have somebody still be able to vote yes on the budget, but they have made it clear that this particular project they didn't want to do, even if the majority does. So I think there's always that level of discomfort. When we pass a budget, you don't want to say no to the whole budget because don't like one of the parks or something like that. So just to keep that in mind as we move down the budget process, everybody has the right to say whatever they want and feel whatever they want about a particular item in the budget, and still, and even vote on it. I mean, we can vote on individual projects if we want during that process. So just to make that clear, because I know that's been a discussion at our final budgets. Peggy?
I'm going to address what Jerry Friedel said. For example, Shea widening. If this council elects to move forward on that, regardless of the fact that the council changes every 2 years, we vote in that project. We look at the budget that we're utilizing the funds under, and it moves forward. We're not going to, the next council isn't going to really look back on that because our vote was already taken on that project. It's already started, it's been approved, et cetera. I mean, that's a big project I'm giving an example for. Right?
I think a good example might be, and I'm going to bring this one up, when we do multi-year phases at a park. For instance,
okay.
When we do, we did kind of a 4 or 5 year phase at Four Peaks Park. We went into that planning on using year to year increments and planning all that out. If we were to stop midway because they go, well, actually, I don't think we should. It kind of leaves staff hanging. You're sort of in progress, right? And maybe you have things on order, but you're going to install them the following year or whatever. It kind of leaves everybody in limbo. I think that's what we're trying to avoid, and the mayor kind of brought that up, is that when you have multi-year projects, maybe we want to move towards approving those in full so that hopefully they can't be unwound if there's a new sitting council the following year. And I don't know if that's even feasible or if we can do that.
Well, I'll respond to that question, Mayor, by answering it as follows. So no current council can bind a future council, right? That's the fundamental principle, is that if a future council wanted to go a different direction on any given project, they could. And that's the council's prerogative to do that. The question is, if you give your approval, what does it take to unwind it? And if it's a project, for example, of the size and the scope of the Shea widening project that we were just talking about, that's not something that we necessarily want it to be easy to be unwound, right? Because that's something that if we're stopping when we're 60% completion, that's going to create major havoc, and practically a future council probably wouldn't want to do that. But it illustrates the point that this avoids that issue long term, right? If the council, do they have the ability in the future to reverse course? Yes, but practically this avoids the problem for the majority of projects, and for the majority of CIP projects, that's a desirable thing because you are looking a fiscal year or 2 or 3 out into the future. You want that predictability and longevity both for budgeting purposes and for operations purposes.
So rather than something coming back because it needs to be approved, and it might be a different set of circumstances, and people end up voting no on something that you already spent $1 million on, this way they would have to proactively decide not to continue that project, correct?
That, Mayor,
they
that is
still
correct.
could do it.
Still could do it,
Yeah.
but it would be a proactive, I affirmatively dislike this project and bringing it back for reconsideration as opposed to every step of the way, there's another hurdle to jump over, which it's just not efficient or effective.
So next is the downtown. So should we get started because it's only 11:20, so it's not quite lunchtime, or what do you want to do? I like to get started if possible. She's already standing, so. She's on the way. Hello.
Mayor, Council, we're here to talk about the downtown strategy. So at our fall retreat on November 2nd, while you couldn't take official action that day, we did ask you if staff could begin the process of updating the downtown strategy, or if we needed to bring it back to council. And so we felt that we received support and started hitting the ground running. So we want to provide an update on the strategy, refresh your minds on some things, talk a little bit about CIP, and provide an update on the restrooms. Using the keyboard. Okay. So again, as a refresher, the 2009 downtown strategy, which is the last time the town updated it, you'll see that there's some dashed red lines that incorporated Bash's, former Havenly, now the Pillar, as well as the entirety of Fountain Park. We shared with you that we wanted to reduce the scale of what we were evaluating. So we removed Bash's and the Pillar residential community. Why? Part of that is because some of that development is fairly new, so we most likely won't be doing anything as far as redevelopment, revitalization. We also took out the park, and then you'll see just a little bit of green for the Sorrow frontage. And we'll talk in a little bit about connectivity from the avenue to the park. So back in 2009, there was lots of hopes and dreams of potentially building mixed use on the Fountain Park, having a hotel. And so as staff, we were a little bit puzzled. It's exciting, but with our fountain, is it gonna block views? With the spray, is it gonna spray people if it was an apartment or a hotel? And then also, whether we like it or not, Fountain Park has become our destination for events. So that's the rationale of why we took that out. And so this is what staff is focusing on. Again, as a refresher, we're wanting to look at land use. I've shared with you, some folks tell me, well, Amanda, let's just start all over and blade everything and have it be 100% residential. Obviously, that is not going to work, especially as a town that does not have a local primary property tax. We're wanting to look, there's areas where we can add some flexible zoning, overlay districts to help attract business in the business district. And that's in alignment with the recently adopted economic development strategy and industry. We want to look at infrastructure, our streets, sidewalks. We've talked about lights. Getting a little deeper, are we talking about street lights? Are we talking about twinkly lights on trees? Are we talking about lights, up and down? Again, getting more information. Again, the economics of it, business attraction, retention, what's gonna get people here? How can we change what's currently happening in downtown? We wanna look at public spaces, our Lanier Park, the events, wayfinding signage, and then forecasting. So again, as we're hearing from the community when they're like, well, we can just have 100% residential, that doesn't work, that we can show some modeling that shows the why of why we need mixed uses, not talking about commercial and apartments, but all mixed uses to have a vibrant economy. So here's our timeline. Again, we hit the ground running in January. February and March, we'll be having some focus groups. So again, looking at some vacant property owners, folks that are on the Avenue, folks on Parkview, over at Plaza Fountainside, etc. We'll be working with a landscape architect to get some conceptual drawings. That will happen in April. May, Angela will be sending, or already has sent you, a placeholder for May 15th at 6:00 p.m. We'll open it to the public to get the entire public's feedback on what we're proposing, evaluating some of the concepts. In June to August, we'll look based on May's feedback. Do we need to have additional meetings? Do we need to modify some of the drawings? And then we'll also start preparing a draft strategy that we can prepare to council. We're aiming for September. Again, depending on, hopefully, fingers crossed, you guys are gonna love it and approve it unanimously, and then we can go into October. But if you don't, we'll add another meeting. But in October, then we'll want to start working on a phased budget approach. How are we gonna pay for this? So I shared with you in November, something like this will be, don't fall out of your chairs, a multi-million-dollar project. Obviously not in one fiscal year, but to show you that phased approach. And then going back when we talk about economics and then the land use, are there projects that are going to be added on our plate and is just staff time, not necessarily an ask for 50 or 100 grand, but if we're having to work with development services and economic development and our legal department to look at those overlay districts, to be able to lay all of that out. So our eye is on the ball, and then that it won't be 2009 and we're not updating things. All right, so CIP request for fiscal year 24-25. What is not being proposed? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, the public that's watching, that has still remained in the audience. But last year in the budget, there was connectivity from Avenue of the Fountains to Fountain Park. This is something, not to go back to the last topic, but this was something that council then mid-year terminated. But I'll hold some of you to your word that it's not terminated indefinitely. But because we are going through this downtown strategy full-blown process, this is not something we were going to bring back or propose this next year. We want to look at other alternatives. So one thing that was proposed previously was a roundabout. So the architect that is working with us is Swaback. And so in talking to him, what was interesting is some of the rationale for the roundabout was because of thinking Fountain Park could be built out for all the mixed uses. So it's, again, can we look at an alternative? Because staff, our businesses, residents do agree we need to improve connectivity. And you guys know too, professionally and for personal reasons, the ADA access we're wanting to address. That has been brought up.
So could you clarify then? So you're saying it's not going to be proposed, but then you're saying Swaback is looking at connectivity and the ADA?
Yeah, so since we're looking at this downtown strategy, the whole downtown, not just the avenue, because some people too have thought, oh, downtown is the avenue. Nope, it's not. As you saw from the previous map, it includes Parkview, it includes Palisades. We're looking at everything. And two, when we're forecasting and thinking of other uses, we want to look at that specific area and then understand, is it a roundabout? Is it something else? We've heard of other creative ideas, but we want to bring that back this next year. So after this current budget with the plan. So it could be 25-26, it could be 26-27, but to just make sure we're on the same page, that come March 26th, we're not proposing money for connectivity.
Okay, so we're not proposing money, but when you say this is an overall huge project, how do we do that without talking about connectivity to the park and crossing safely and all of that, whether there's anything in the park in addition? So I'm a little bit confused. So you're just basically saying money for 24-25, that's not in there, but it is part of the whole concept.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
And then also in November, I had shared Buckle your seatbelts, we'll be proposing sidewalks. Again, talking internally, we're going to wait to make that request. Again, we're hearing ideas of, what would happen if on Parkview you shifted where some of the restaurants are and you brought it more, closer to the roadway. What does that do? Is there an openness? Is it realistic? There's not just one or two property owners, there's multiple property owners. Also looking at the streetscape, and so meaning we're hearing sidewalks, but we've also talked about sidewalks, landscaping, street lights, banners. So looking at all of that, that's a streetscape instead of just one thing. So with that being said, we will have some proposals that's focused on areas of the avenue where we know that there's not going to be any change because it's developed, but you will learn more about that on March 26th. We want to make sure you come to that meeting, and so does the audience. So a little teaser there. All right, so update on restrooms. So last year, for this current fiscal year that we're in, that ends June 30th of 24, the council approved $35,000 essentially for design. So Design 2 looks at the location, utilities, don't just think architecture. Then you also approved $150,000 then to actually build the restroom. So we want to provide you an update I did in November, as well as during my quarterly report in December, that the $35,000, we didn't think July 1, it was Christmas, and start spending it. We have not spent it. And then we also wanted to look at creative ways of installing restrooms. So the previous amount, so in totality $185,000, was based off of the Portland Loo, as you see. I did not name this. This is the name of the company. So this is a singular stall. When we provided this to you, this was economic development, public works, but we brought community services and other key stakeholders together. And the thought was, okay, if we're not just planning for now, but we've heard from our downtown businesses to plan for the future, if we're having more events and activity, one stall is just not going to cut it. A single stall, and then depending on lots of usage, will be destroyed in no time. At that same time, as we were evaluating that and seeing could we attach other stalls, the company said no. We looked at rentals. So with my previous employer, sometimes we brought in what we call VIP rentals. When you had big swim meets and the ladies were changing, we used sort of this model. We wanted to look to see if during the farmer's market this year, we could bring it in sort of as a test. In talking to multiple vendors, they could not guarantee to come on Wednesday. We would have to pay for an entire month. And then just, again, looking with about, depending on what you're looking at, the number of stalls, by year 4 or year 8, we could have paid for it. So we're saying these two are no longer an option. Then, simultaneously, we reached out to the board at Plat 208, so just sort of beyond the seating and shade structure to see for location only if we could place restrooms there and have some type of partnership. So I just asked the question, and the board took a vote. I was like, whoa, I was just asking a question. They're like, well, we did that on purpose. Per our rules, we have to have 100% ownership, and there's over 100 property owners buy into that. So they're like, we just want you to know it's just not viable at this time. Then it took some time. We were looking with a private owner, again, within the Plat 208 and along the avenue, to see if we could use their restrooms. What we found is some of the businesses within Plat 208, actually the building structure was built in the 70s and 80s. Most of the businesses do not have a restroom inside the building. It is outside in a courtyard, and it's shared amongst other tenants. With this particular owner, she owned all of it, and so she was willing to come at the table. Again, brought the whole team, and as we looked, so again, right, especially with Kevin, if his team's gonna maintain it, you know, does it have the same soap dispensers, looking at all of that, or then are we gonna have to do something new? We also had our building official look at this, and essentially, this is also not a viable option. We would have had to blown it up and tear it up, because it also doesn't comply with ADA. If you heard that, 70s, 80s, so pre some of those things. And so if you're gonna open it to the public, you need to meet all the requirements. So if you didn't hear that, I'm glad you didn't hear that. All right. So where are we at? And then I'm gonna remind some of you guys, last year, it was actually last April, I had a proposal for over $600,000 for the downtown. Then we came back, you said, cut some of that, you didn't tell me how much, and I said, okay, how about 535? We were kind of all over the board, and I said, here, I'll take it away. Because some of you said, Amanda, we know you're gonna have to come back and ask for more money for the restrooms. I need more money for the restrooms. All right, so what we're proposing here, so again, some of you know from previous conversations, so the town owns property. So again, if we're heading this way, there's the sheriff's parking lot, and then as you're gonna walk and grab a bite to Georgie's, in between there, that is our right-of-way, that is our land. We're proposing to put the restrooms here. It is a 4-stall restroom. It is a turnkey model. In talking to the public, folks were very adamant, if you're going to do this, that they really desired not a shared restroom, but one that specifically says men and female, so you'll see that. So for the women, there are 2 stalls. There's an area to change. So if we're getting off of work, can't head home, need a change for a little walk or jog in Fountain Park, that is available. In the men's, there is 1 stall, a urinal. They also get a changing station. They want to do the same thing. Sheriff's Department, if they need to take off all that equipment, have that opportunity. And then on the outside, you'll see too, if you want to fill up your water bottle, have a water fountain. So the updated cost is $475,000. And so the difference is $290,000. And so we wanted to provide this update to council. Again, not planning on starting to use the 35K, but to just touch base to see how you guys are feeling. And then we can bring this up again on March 26th for the full CIP discussion with the manager and the budget team. And Kevin's also here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Based on the drawing, the adult changing area, if that was cut out and it made the building smaller, do you have any idea what the change in price would be?
I'm going to look to Kevin or see if we'll have to get back to you. Nominal.
Very
That's what
nominal?
Kevin said.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other, so basically you're saying all of the other options are just off the table. And any other location is off the table, because I think the obvious thing that we've talked about in the past is how close this is to this building, and this building has a restroom that we could, I know we talked about ways of blocking off so that people could actually use the restroom in here. That said, I'm not, totally in favor of that. I would rather do something like this. The other discussion that was brought up in the past, though, was the, how near it was to the, other businesses and how they feel about it. But I think that we need this there, somewhere there. I wish it could be further down towards Saguaro or more centrally located. And that's just totally, there's just nothing. Is that the way we're looking at it now?
Mayor, that's correct. And so yes, when we've talked to the farmers market and Art on the Ave, they would prefer it be central. In talking to the businesses, they're like, Amanda, we're not gonna tell you and the staff where to put it. We just want this option. Because again, if you're down this row where you have more retail and restaurants, you will see a window sign that says this is not a public restroom. So they're like, just please try to solve the current problem. And again, as we're planning together to maybe have a second Thursday, it's not on Thursday, but those different concepts to activate people within the downtown, that there needs to be a restroom. But you're right, and all of us have bumped into people downstairs where, again, if it's someone a little bit more elderly, or you've got a mother with a toddler, where it's like, oh my gosh, this is just, it seems just so far away, and they're like, we barely made it. So it's like something, at least something a little bit closer is better than nothing. And then I'll look to Justin and Janover, but again, as far as I know, there's not any other opportunities in our right-of-way. And then also too, from an economic standpoint, looking at other commercial, we need to think about that too, and how attractive is that, to just plop a restroom in the middle of something to where we can reimagine.
That's true, but when, we've all been to plenty of places where there's restrooms available and they're necessary. And I think this is too. The other aspect of this, which we've been talking about, is pet relief station, so that the avenue median grass isn't used. We've been talking about how people, drive and use that as a rest area for their pets, and other parks in other parts of the country or even here have pet relief stations. And I know some of the discussion was to talk to, Park Place and that kind of thing, which I don't know how those went, but would this area be large enough to include a pet relief station, so that when people are on the median and they're eating lunch and doing other things, sitting in the grass, listening to our live music, that they're not sitting where pets have been using that, and even remember when we had all our electric equipment that we had to replace because of the damage from the moisture and such. So not to get into it too much, but you know what I'm talking about. So I would love for this to become something that we could combine with that, or if there's another area that we could combine with that, or if the door's closed on it being part of, I keep saying Park Place, but, and I don't want to put him or anybody else on the spot, but it's got to be kind of a part of the conversation, because I believe a lot of the folks there probably use the median and maybe would use this too. So I don't know, what are your thoughts on that?
Mayor, so again, I'll look to Rachel. I think because there's an active agreement, I think staff has kind of shied away to then approaching the developer to say, how about restrooms, or doing a little switcheroo with the agreement. I think I've even gotten the finger like, don't even think about it. So I'll look to Rachel and Aaron.
And say, yes, I'll chime in and say, the Park Place development obviously is an evolving situation down there. Obviously, they have their next phases that are in a holding pattern right now. We're waiting to hear more about those. We can certainly talk with them. I think the catch here is that we don't know yet their timeline on a lot of things. So while we recognize restrooms are a need today or yesterday, or as it were, it doesn't always coordinate with what their development timeline is either. So I think that there's a factor there. Again, this is also something that's likely, right now we're eyeballing to put this on our property, on town property, so it's a town space. We are then obligated for, regardless, we're gonna have to operate it, clean it, maintain it, all of those things. And when you have a weekend like last weekend with the fair, I can't even imagine what this would look like. Almost to the extent to where it almost makes sense to not operate it when you have that many things going on, because you can't maintain it. It's almost better to have the portable option available, because it's just designed for that. But be that as it may, that doesn't answer your question. The question is, I don't know where Park Place would fall in that. I don't know that we can't have that conversation, but I think my biggest concern is their timeline versus ours, and then what that would look like. I know there's been discussion about, would they consider putting in restrooms as their new buildings come online? From my understanding, I think there was some open dialogue about that, but again, I don't know what that looks like. Is that 2 years from now, 5 years from now? We don't know right now. And this is clearly a need today. Again, I don't know where the operational line is there either. If it's their facility in their building, are we coming in and cleaning that and maintaining it? How would that work? So there's still a lot of unknowns in that way. In regards to the pet waste station, I think we could look at the space to see if that would fit, how it would work. I don't think it would alleviate the complete problem of pets on the avenue. It would just give an alternative option, and certainly something's better than nothing in that regard. Because to your point, there's a lot of pet owners in and around the downtown, whether it's in Pillar, whether it's in Park Place, and the surrounding areas. It's a popular animal destination.
I think Jerry was first.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wrote down a couple of things. I think the changing station, I'm not in favor of. I don't care how much less it costs. I think if you shrink the footprint of this building, you could do your pet relief station right behind it and then eliminate a big problem on the avenue. I also wrote down Park Place because at one time they said that they would do something for us. I still think we should explore that. Why not ask them and ask them where they are? You know, you can accomplish a couple of things there. Also, would get it further down the avenue, which is where everybody wants it. Right next door to our building, a changing station for the MCSO sheriff's guys, they're right next door to where they're warehoused. So I'm not.
An example.
I know, I'm not buying that one. Sorry, but I don't know. Fountain Park, I guess, is out of the question. If we were to put something further down in the park where it would actually be used for all of the major events, but then you'll get people that will complain about having to walk all the way down to the fountain to do whatever they need to do. So I think we need a little bit more work. I guess a double loo is out of the question, huh?
Mayor Jerry, we could look at it. I think staff was like, no. But
See, I
then
think-
it's still an additional cost. So
I know.
another $185 for a double loo.
Yeah, a double loo. I kind of like the double looing. But anyway, with this current configuration, we're trying to be everything to everybody when I thought we just wanted a stall or two, you know? So I think, for me anyway, I think you could shrink that footprint, put your pet relief station right behind it, and solve a couple of problems.
Brenda?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I think all of us up here see the benefit and the utility of having the restroom because we've been talking about this quite a bit. But the location of this restroom, I'm very concerned about. We want a restroom so we can pat ourselves on the back, we check the box, but we missed the mark. To me, this is just my opinion. If this isn't centrally located, and if it's by the community center and town hall, the business owners can have the same problem with people knocking on their doors wanting to use the restrooms because this is so far out of the way. And it's a lot of money, and unless we can get this more where it's centrally located, where people will use it, I'm kind of hesitant to. And I'd like the restrooms, but I'm hesitant to give the green light on this one. And as far as the pet station is concerned, once again, I don't see people using it when there's all that green grass out there, and I don't see them walking 3 blocks to the pet relief station, and I bet you they won't even know it's there for years. And so, again, it checks the box. Well, maybe we can keep the grass cleaner and duty-free, but again, it's just I'm not sure if people are gonna actually use it. So, I don't know. I'm kind of with Jerry on this one. I think we have to maybe think about it a little bit more and see if we can build this someplace where it's more practical, where people will use it and where it'll actually help our business owners. And, so those are my concerns.
The only thing I wanted to provide a little bit of input on was the suggestion about Park Place, and Town Manager Goodwin said it pretty well. As we go forward, I think I've generally heard that there's a desire for other options, but I do want to, I don't think it's a bad idea to explore. From a legal perspective, I would just advise the council that we shouldn't count on it as a near-term option. That's that in the discussions and conversations that we've had recently with the developer, I think they'd be amenable to a discussion, but in terms of a viable alternative, I don't view it as a viable alternative at this stage. Doesn't mean it couldn't become one, but we're not there.
Okay, well, that makes sense. So I think, I don't think it's, I mean, it's not optimal, but this is an alternative. You know, if town hall's closed or whatever, this is where you would tell people, there's a restroom right there. You know, you go to San Diego, you go anywhere else, there's restrooms, but they're far away from each other and you have to walk to them. So I guess, you know, it's not perfect, but it's our property. Take away the changing area, make it smaller. You put signage. There are parks that say this, you know, it's not a, you know, you can't use this for a pet relief station. You cannot use this. I know there's grass. It'll take forever for everybody to get used to it, but I think that it's worth it to try to stop that median from being a pet relief station, and it's overwhelmingly used that way. You know, I really think it's important because we have benches out there, we have equipment out there, we sit on the grass and listen to music out there. I just think it's really important to treat that as a park that, you know, it's an amenity. We've got beautiful things there, we've got art there, we've got events there, and I would love, and it wouldn't be easy, but I really think that if we make it smaller and we have this there, then at least we've got something. We have an option, and then we work on how long it takes for it to finally change, and for people too, so that when you are down there at one of the restaurants and they say, oh, this is for, you know, patrons only, but there is a restroom there, and there's also 3 restrooms at the fountain. So, you know, if they're closer there, then they can cross the street. There's, you know, right by, there's 3 of them. So I think that this is an okay idea for me. We did want to put money towards it. The difference is $290. I don't know, you know, take away a little bit for the middle section. I think we should move forward. Vice Mayor, or sorry, Jerry.
One last question. Could we cut this in half and put 1 there and 1 down at the Fountain Park? Maybe, I don't know how practical that is. You did mention we have 3 down there now, but if we would be serving both ends of the avenue at that point, is that something that's not worth considering, or?
Yeah, we're going to defer to Kevin.
The biggest thing I think would be if we move down to the fountain is that's a hillside, and so trying to put something along that edge.
Everything runs downhill though, right?
Right. But that would be very costly to try and knock that out and make that work, I think.
I believe Councilman Skillicorn's light was lit first.
You were on the bottom before. Councilman.
Thank you. So I think this location is troubling because we have a public restroom right here, very close to this location. And if we're talking about the farmer's market during the week on a Wednesday, it's open and it's public. You know, the town hall is. So that's one concern I have about the location of the work. And this, you know, it's $500,000. I mean, that money could rent a vacant storefront with a bathroom in it, and we wouldn't need to build anything. This seems like too much. It seems like the wrong location. I think there's got to be a better alternative.
Okay, so hear me out. I'm not the best at mathing. I will say that. That's why we have POC and now Paul. First, I do want to say that Scott and I have had a number of conversations about Track 208. He's on the Track 208 board, and it is literally impossible to get 100% participation of the land and building owners in Tract 208. They don't reply to communications. There's people that we know they own the property, but they're not even replying. We don't get bounce back emails. We don't get return phone calls, nothing. So if they're not even participating in the annual vote, you know they're not going to participate in that. So I just wanted to make sure you guys know that that is completely out of the question at this point. Okay, so again, mathing, not my skill. If we look at the building, it's about 414 square feet. So I'm going to use the Park Place rate of $21 a square foot and come up with $8,694 a year, assuming that's all the space we get, which I realize that may not be how it works. But if we're just going to look at that, we divide that by 12, that's less than $800 a month. I don't know what the build out is for a bathroom, but now if you look at that less than $9,000 a year and multiply it by 20 years, you're talking under $200,000 in 20 years to rent a space. So if we looked at renting a space, whether it be in Park Place or it be one of the other places that's maybe closer to the center area that we'd like it to be, does anybody have any idea how much it costs to build out one of those spaces if it's really only built out as a bathroom and not built out as a storefront with one little bathroom in the back end? Anybody have that kind of experience? Or maybe I can Google it real quick or semi-quickly.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I don't. But it's also, so do we want to take away commercial vacant space where we could potentially get retail sales tax for a bathroom? Maybe?
Yeah, I get that thought, but this would be a space that, let's say we go ahead and do the build out in 10 years, something happens and we have a bigger space in that area. The council can go, well, you know, our lease is up. We signed an 8-year lease. The lease is up. Let's go ahead and cancel that. And they can have the space to rent to someone else because now, for whatever reason, we have this magical other spot that we actually own and we can build a restroom there.
Very creative.
That's what I'm good at.
Just one more thing to consider, and that is, would the property owner and management open up a space so the public can use it as a restroom? The wear and tear on that space would be tremendous. And after 10 years of the public going in and out using his restroom, it would diminish the value of the property. And if I owned the building, I wouldn't let the town rent it to use it as a bathroom. This just a consideration. I'm not sure if they'd even let you use it for that kind of a purpose.
Oh, go ahead.
We're landlocked, right? This is the only piece of property we have to consider and look at for a viable restroom for people, regardless of where it's situated. I mean, down at the park, we have some beautiful bathrooms that can accommodate that end of the park. People, you know, like you go places and you have to walk to the restroom. It's not a mystery. And I think if there's wayfinding signs, et cetera, utilizing this parcel of property for this, and hopefully also for a pet relief station, I think it's what the council has asked you to look at. And I appreciate your time in looking at this. And I support it, but I would like it to be a little bit smaller without the changing rooms so that we can accommodate some room for a pet station as well. So thank you for all your hard work and all your investigation and talking to people, getting them together, you know, to look at viable solutions that really, from what you've told me, there isn't a viable solution other than utilizing this small piece of property. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor, so what I'm hearing is there's still support for the restrooms. We'll look if we can scale back, remove the changing stations, see what it would cost to also add pet relief. Plat 208, staff met with them last week. They did bring up something that I would need to talk to Aaron about. So I'll talk to Aaron about it. We'll get back to you in March to see if this is than sort of our last kind of viable solution, but do hear what you're saying as far as not the most ideal location. But I'll tell you, staff on multiple occasions have walked up and down the avenue and what about this? What about that? No, we don't own it. We don't control it. And those were some of the things as we were having conversations with the private owner that ended up, it didn't work out is, again, there's always that give and take. And so when you're approaching someone privately, there's also, okay, what am I gonna get in return? And then appreciate Aaron jumping into that. Sometimes too, when there's an active agreement and you start having other conversations, it's like, let's come back to the table, which sounds like we don't want to do. So again, we'll look at scaling back, see if there's other alternatives. There's just one in mind that, again, we had 3 of the board members suggest it, kind of as a last resort. We'll see if we can bring that back. Anything else?
Just maybe you can check with the property management on the items that Councilman Skillicorn and Vice Mayor brought up to just see, you know, what that is. You know, maybe that's something that would convince us.
Mayor, I just want to remind you, so you guys received an email from me a couple weeks ago. The public won't get an update, but they are now, who's ever tuning in, until the quarterly update in April. But there are only 2 spaces left in the existing Park Place.
Oh.
And there are folks lining up at the table. We're talking retail and restaurant. I'm always honest with you guys. As the economic development director, I would not want to say, please stop negotiations with a restaurant where we can collect sales tax, because we would like to talk to you about a restroom.
Okay.
Okay, I'm like, unless I get other direction.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we are right on time, Mayor.
We are, and I know, and I'm sorry I forgot to mention this, but as we look at the infrastructure and the other things on the avenue, I know that we talked about Wi-Fi, making Wi-Fi available to anybody that's there in any of those restaurants, or and also shade, which you had listed, but we've also discussed music. So just keep that in mind, Wi-Fi and music as part of that whole atmosphere. Appreciate looking into that too. Thank you. All right, so lunchtime, right?
Yes, ma'am. So it looks like lunch is here. Angela and staff are getting it set up. The intent was to have take a break. You can, patio's cleaned off outside if you'd like to sit outside, or in here there's some tables set up.
Do you want to do it that way, or take a little bit and then come back? Okay.
Yeah, I think we're on time to do so, if everybody's comfortable with that. Do you want
Okay.
to shoot for 30 minutes, 45 minutes? What time would you want to?
30's fine, I think.
Okay, 30
Yeah.
minutes.
Thank you. Looks like we're about ready to get started here. Did you hear me? No. Young man. So thank you very much. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. And our next item is going to be our streets discussion. And I think Justin will get us started. Rachel, did you have any opening comments?
No, you're absolutely right. Justin's going to get us started. The streets discussion really is that. It is designed to be a discussion. We have heard and talked about streets a lot. So I don't know that we have a whole lot to share in terms of new information. Really, it's the question of what do we want to do next? How do we want to approach this? You have some recommendations that Justin has shared. You have some recommendations that our advisory committee has shared. I believe we have a member of our advisory committee back there who is obviously here. Again, there's no public comment, but again, as a commissioner or as a committee member, I'm sure that we can ask questions and hear some insight there. But really, we're looking for direction and how we're going to manage the budget upcoming, what we want to do there, and our approach moving forward. Justin, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Excuse me. As the town manager noted, there's no substantial changes in regards to what we have presented in the past. These are the fundamentals of the pavement management. We've all seen this slide a time or two. This is our pavement life cycle, and as a reminder, this has been tailored to the town of Fountain Hills based on our rate of degradation or the amount of time it takes for the roads to deteriorate. This is the funding scenario all the way back to 2010, how much money was invested and where we received that money from. This is 2010 to 16, and this is 2017 to the current budget year. As a reminder, we are currently underway with the projects approved by the council for this year. We are probably about 2/3 of the way done with Jacqueline. The last time I was before you, I did give you some promising and encouraging news related to the overall cost. Jacqueline fell into that category where we no longer had to remove over a foot of material and rebuild it. Site exploration by the town engineer and myself, an assistant engineer, discovered that the subbase was suitable. We can now share with you that the next portion after Jacqueline is going to meet that criteria, and that is Fire Brick. For those of you that are not familiar with Fire Brick, it parallels Shea, south of Saguaro, and runs east from Saguaro back to the boundary limit with our neighboring tribe. The next phase, which is the final phase for this year, which is Panorama, we're going to be in there in the or either early next week, late next week, or the following week, and do a determination after we remove some of that road to see whether or not that's going to require full construction or reconstruction, or if we're going to be able to just put the 3 inches of asphalt on it. And then that one, I think that one might be 4 because it's collector. Results are promising so far, but no guarantees. Again, all of this good news will result in an unspent fund balance. We do not know what that is until we are finished, but we will certainly share that with you when we get it all balanced. This was one of the slides that we put in here just for discussion purposes in regards to if a bond was going to be discussed. Here are the timelines associated with that. This is what we shared with you several times now in regards to if we do nothing, where the backlog is going to be. These are the roads that are going to deteriorate to where it's going to cost considerably more to do anything at all. And then we show you what our current budget, which is approximately $2.5 million, what we could achieve with that. And then we go into maintaining the current pavement condition index. We see the funding needs for that. The ideal for maintaining a target backlog at about 8.1%. We can see the challenges that we're facing there. And then the last one there is that to maintain the current backlog and get it just a little bit lower to 5.3%. So as you can see, we're running a little bit short every year. The exception is this year and next year, we will be utilizing funding from the federal government, and Mr. Pock, and then very soon, Paul will be explaining to you about that unspent monies and what we can do with it year after next. We will certainly have some savings that we do not have the capacity to spend next year, but we will combine this year's savings and, if at all possible, next year's savings, and we will use that year after next. So we have a little bit of time to make decision, but not very much. With that, I have been forwarded some recommendations from the Streets Advisory Committee. One of those, and again, this is just their recommendations, and there is a representative here, and if you have any questions, you're certainly free to ask him to provide clarification on that. He's an excellent speaker, and will do so. So these are some of the recommendations. Complete the following process. This is what we are under right now through this year. And then there is a discussion amongst that group to look at our roadway classifications. So currently we have arterial, collector, and local. There are subclassifications that include minor or major. While we may be able to designate Golden Eagle Boulevard north of Palisades as a major collector based on its design and volume, changing that to an arterial it doesn't fit the definitions. The primary reason is a dead end. Arterials historically move large volumes of traffic through a community. We can change it from a collector to a major collector. Another good example of reclassification would be Kingstree. We can certainly change that and/or Palomino from collector to major collector. But outside of that, there's not a lot of classification changes that we could make. Some of the thought process on that is if one or more could be reclassified as an arterial, could we look at the ALCP funding for that? Certainly we could. But currently we don't have any of our major collectors that are going to meet that criteria, simply because they do not convey traffic all the way through the town. At one point in time or another, they either dead end or they end at an arterial. Open for discussion in regards to that. And I think it's important to note this. The word narrowing is their choice. Identify narrowing standards and options, and consideration should be given to curbing, striping, pedestrian and bicycle applications to reduce future cost and improve safety. Let me clarify that to an extent. We use pavement markings as not only a cost reduction, but for traffic calming on El Lago between Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades. For those of you that may or may not have had an opportunity recently, we also applied that same traffic calming to Grande, from Saguaro to our neighboring tribal, and then also on El Pueblo, from Grande back around to Fountain Hills Boulevard, and on Glenbrook, from Fountain Hills Boulevard back to Bainbridge. Pavement markings in the fashion that we've used them, which is with an 8-foot shoulder, a 5-foot bike lane, an 11-foot travel lane, and 12-foot two-way left turn lane, seems to be having some positive outcome. Other options to consider in regards to that would be something like Kingstree. I do not believe, based on the design standards, that that should be 60 feet wide. There are several opinions. I will share mine with you. My opinion and the previous town engineer is that that should be narrowed and sidewalks added to it to, one, reduce the overall cost, two, increase safety and reduce the speeds through those traffic calming measures. So when we discuss narrowing, we have options. We could do it with pavement markings, or we can do it with concrete curb and sidewalk. We will certainly look to places like Kingstree, Palomino, Glenbrook. There are several that are in that classification area that could be narrowed using any one of the alternative besides pavement markings, which we will do as we move forward.
Justin, I just want to mention something. The fact that we have to be so sensitive and worried about saying bikes and pedestrians and sidewalks and narrowing, I think is it's not helpful. We're looking at not only trying to lower costs, maybe have less pavement, but also to make it seem like wanting walkability community is not a good goal, does not make sense to me at all. And I think we should be free to discuss this and not worry about the words coming out as if we're trying to take people's cars away. This is a way to give all of our residents and businesses and visitors choices on how they get around. And we're not eliminating anything, but hopefully as we start talking about funding, this may help need less in the future if we do some of these kind of things. And it's also addressing what I believe this community has wanted, which is walkability, whether it's actual sidewalks or however, so that we can connect and do our errands, and it doesn't always have to be in a car. But we're certainly not taking anybody's cars or options away.
In regards to that, Madam Mayor, with little to no fanfare, we added just under 8 miles of bike lanes in the town of Fountain Hills with our pavement management practices over the past year. That's pretty substantial in a community that has not grown substantially. We simply did that using good pavement management practices and traffic calming measures that have proven so. Eventually, that will be on the MAG interactive map in regards to bike mapping, but their software had a little glitch, so we didn't get it in. But and that's some of the things that the advisory committee, they wanted to discuss in detail the walkability. And when we're discussing that and adding bike lanes without eliminating or taking away from anybody is a good example. There are options out there to be explored that we can utilize. As we move forward, we certainly need to have those discussions when we have these wider collectors. Certainly on the arterials, we're making changes there in regards to the walkability by adding sidewalks through grants and council funding. It is. Another item that they wanted to discuss, and they've given me some bullet points here, is addressing intersection improvements. Create an intersection improvement plan incorporated in the annual pavement program, which to some extent we do. We look at obviously the intersections and any changes that we need to be made there. One of the things that, and we've brought some of these recommendations to the mayor and council, we have certainly learned from past experiences that in some cases a roundabout or a traffic signal may not be very popular. And those are some of the intersection improvements and or changes that need to be looked at. While they may not be popular and they may be very expensive, if there are warrants that direct us that direction, we need to look at that, and we do. And we bring it to the council. Another thing that is not real popular are all-way stops. As a reminder, we do not just go out and put up stop signs. We read the manual on uniform traffic control devices based on the conditions, and we take our guidance from there. It should be noted that when an intersection goes to an all-way stop, that's usually just the first phase of it meeting a signal warrant or multiple signal warrants. There's no clear direction on when you have to do that after you do an all-way stop. But we certainly do look at intersections, but they're asking us, the committee, to put, you know, some additional eyes on it and make sure that the council is aware of it. One of the other ones is draft mapping provides sample maps based upon general type of repair and date of repair. We do that to some extent. We don't go into great detail on the type of treatment that we're going to use. But if the council would like to see more detail on the exhibits that we provide when we're preparing to do a project or asking for permissions to approve a contract, we can certainly identify through color coding and or text whether it's going to be crack filling, slurry sealing, mill and overlay, full construction, if that would be beneficial. Another thing that they've had, and this they've had considerable discussion on this. The town of Fountain Hills is not unique in regards to limited funding for maintenance. Other municipal governments, excluding the state of Arizona, whenever their funding is running short, and instead of billing the entire street, they usually just do the travel lanes and the two-way left turn. If it's there, if not, if there's a raised median, then they do the left turn pockets. They do mill and overlay on those, and then for the shoulder bike lane in those areas, they do a different type of treatment, which could, depending on the condition, could be crack fill with preservative seal or crack fill with a type 2 polymer. If you're in pretty rough condition, it's probably gonna come across from me that we do an edge mill. That's where they mill the edge of the road. And then we do chip seal with a cape, very similar like we did on Chama. And so that, and then we put a type 2 across the top of that, which makes it, the longevity of it, not only the longevity, but the rideability of it, moves those types of roads out 7 to 10 years, depending on weather patterns and conditions. But there are options. We certainly do not need to rip out and rebuild some of the wider roads. I wouldn't recommend any change of scope for the local roads, simply because they're on average about 30 feet wide, 32 feet wide, some of them a little bit narrower. One of the other bullet points is recommend policy changes / additions. Examine administrative policies for updating direction for street repair implementation. And then recommend an annual maintenance program for FY 2025. And then they go on to give some direction to myself and the town engineer in regards to negotiating a contract with Roadway Asset Services, which we certainly do prior to entering into any amendments. Moving forward, this is one of their offerings for the fall / winter of 2024. Public open house process and prepare and implement a survey for October and November of 2024. Mash all the data in November and have it available by January. This is the survey information. In the spring of 25, draft a plan decision, including package options, implementation period, and cost per household / business or vacant land, and then provide after that the final mapping, the dating, and the package ID. In March of April of 2025. And then a final plan decision to / vote or authorization by the council by May of 25. And then approve annual maintenance program for FY 26. And then they go on to describe the administrative process for November elections need to be done by May or June of 2025. So what they're advocating for on some of this, there's a couple of things. One of them is whether or not the town or the council decides they want to go out for a bond, but leading up to that, get as much information from the public as possible. The last thing that they have written here in regards to that, if the bond is the direction the council wants to go, is handed off to a campaign in June or November of 25 with an election target date of November of 2025. So that's one of 2 pages of their recommendations. One of the questions that they're asking me to ask you is, what is a possible plan as an alternative to bonding? Even if needed resources are less than 40 million, where does that funding come from?
The reason I wanted to talk about even if it's less than 40 million, so 40 million, you know, the original report said 50 million, the RAS one said 64, but they went down to 40 because they removed the intersections as a part of the bonding. But with some of the savings that you've been talking about, and that we should have a pretty good fund balance this year, even if it was below the 40, we're still looking at an annual need beyond, say, 26. So that's why if there was a bond in 25, you know, obviously it would, you know, it would be more for the next year anyway. So it's possible it would be a less amount, but I still want my colleagues to talk about what it would look like to have to come up with another $3 or $4 million per year for several years in a row in order to get to that, you know, that we don't want the backlog to get to where we can't afford to repair. The other reason also for bringing up the bond and where would we come up with that extra several million per year is from what we just heard, you know, looking at our future here for state shared revenue. Not only are we literally probably going to see $1 million or so less this year, and then we'll start with the $600,000 less every year. And that was something that would have grown. So the 600,000 is probably a baseline, but that's what we're going to lose. So we've got that much less revenue coming in. And then they're still talking about the food tax, which this year we're off the hook. But if they go back to that, that's an almost $2 million a year hit to us. So I think we have to look at this big picture and we have to look long term. And that's why if there are objections to even, you know, discussing bonding or doing that, I would like to know what alternatives or what ideas there are in order to reach this and trying to make this number as small as possible. It's still not something within an annual budget that we can do without making significant changes in some of the other things that we do. So what are you willing to do? What do you, you know, we just talked a little while ago about some projects. So, and there may be one-time shots where, okay, I don't want to do this project this year. Okay, so you just saved, you know, 500,000 or $1 million, but what about the other 3 or 4 million we need the next year and the next year and the next year? So I think those are the kind of things I'm hoping that we can talk about. And again, the idea of bonding is the residents decide, of course, so it's something that goes on the ballot, so we want to keep that in mind. But again, just keep that in mind as we hear the rest of Justin's, and then if there's discussion, we would welcome that.
Want me to say anything about the bond?
Yes, now? Yeah.
Do I ask or say something?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. In conjunction with the mayor saying, I concur, because having sat here for 3 years, I primarily talked about streets, observed the projects that have come before the council. I would say the majority, if not all of them, are mostly needs, not wants. They're not going to go away. Our community is growing. But yet, based on legislation enactments, et cetera, our income is decreasing, which tells us that we can't rely like we used to on certain shared revenue and income. We've already heard from our town community that they don't want a real property tax. So we don't even have that alternative. I don't even think that they would want to entertain it again. So, and given what you're saying and what Mr. Butler and his committee is saying is, even if we add like another $1 million or so every year, and I don't know where we're going to get that because we're losing that much income after this year, the streets are still going to be there, and the cost to repair those is going to increase. It's not going to decrease. So we're never going to catch up. And that's a fact. And I don't even know if we can even get that creative to catch up. We haven't been able, as far as I know, on any town council to do that thus far. We were fortunate on the prior council to be able to contribute $7 million, but again, that money is already allocated and is going to be spent. I think that our town's growing. We're going to have more people in it. We're going to be using our infrastructure and our streets more. They're going to need more and more maintenance. And I don't know if there's a viable alternative to look to our budget. I think that we're really going to seriously have to, like they suggested, get public input and seriously look at a bond. That's what I think.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I think to base these projections on Fountain Hills growing is a misnomer, because I don't think Fountain Hills is growing. I think for the past 20 years, I think we've been pretty static, and we haven't had a whole bunch of growth. And so I don't think we can make assumptions on growth. Matter of fact, I've been an advocate for growing the town, because if we did that, we would get more TPT, more tax revenue, more businesses opening up. And I think there's a lot of room for this town to grow. I don't think we're currently doing that, though. I know that the mayor asked, how are we going to pay for the roads, and where are we going to come up with funding? But I think right now we're only applying 0.2% of our TPT to the road fund. And I think if we increase that, I'm not sure, we'd have to crunch the numbers with Paul and David. But if we increase that to correspond with what we need for the roads, that might be a good idea. We do have to come up with some creative funding. I think it's been demonstrated over the years that the town doesn't have any appetite for a tax increase, for a property tax, or for a bond. So I think it's going to be incumbent on us to come up with other creative solutions to try to find this funding. And so increasing the TPT portion for the road fund, I think, would be a very good idea.
The TPT, do you mean
Well, the 2.9% that we collect, I think only 0.2% is going to the road fund. That was on the screen earlier, right?
Okay, got it.
Yeah. And so that's what I'm addressing.
Okay, but it's not new revenue, it's revenue just taking it that would be going into the general fund or into some other funds.
It would require some belt tightening.
Right, any way to come up with the extra money we would need for streets is going to come out of something else.
That's correct.
Regardless, yeah.
And so it's just a matter of priorities at this point, and that's what I'm saying. If this is that kind of a priority, then we might have to reprioritize, and that even includes bathrooms on the downtown area. I think we're going to have to make some tough decisions. That's what we get paid for. Just a couple of other quick points that I wrote down. Palomino seems to always come up as far as being in a state of disrepair. And I know that you have found the cost savings that only do the 3-inch mill and not the 10-inch mill. Have you and our capable town engineers looked into whether that would apply to the Palomino as well as Jacqueline and the other roads that you've discovered recently don't need the 10-inch dig?
We have not, because Palomino is currently not on the 5-year horizon. So we certainly will when segments and super segments are selected. But Palomino is just one example I use because we get a considerable amount of phone calls and emails related to Palomino.
Yep.
So I use that in Kingstree as an example. Those are two locations that generate a considerable amount of concern and complaints.
Yeah, I think if we could do the less cost-effective or less costly method of the 3-inch mill, and then do the traffic calming with the bike lanes and the increase and just pave just the lanes for the cars, it might be a much more doable. And so that's just something to throw into the mix. One of the things that you said that the Streets Committee said was that we want a roadway maintenance plan for 2025. Don't we currently have a roadway maintenance plan for 2025?
We do. We currently have the segments selected, and we will be coming back to the mayor and council as part of next year's budget to codify that and make sure that that's the direction that we want to go.
Okay, good. And then my last question is, when their estimate went down to $40 million because of the intersections, did that include getting rid of the 10 or 12 roundabouts that they had proposed?
I'm not aware of any roundabouts having been proposed. When they referenced intersections in their report, they were simply saying, let's just pick Palisades and La Montana. Is there anything that needs to be done there in regards to traffic calming or safety prior to you spending any money on the intersection? Their thought process was this, and they can speak on their own, but I was listening, is that if we go in there and pave it, and then we put in a traffic signal or roundabout, then how much money was wasted paving that intersection? That was their approach.
Right.
While they did not indicate what type of change or improvement would be at an intersection, they did emphasize that we need to look at them, and as we're planning, which we do.
Right. Okay, just as I recall reading their entire plan, it did call for a number of roundabouts. Maybe it was just aspirational, but it was in there to my knowledge. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor. While I do agree with the sentiment of wanting to help the town grow more, I have to very much disagree that we've been stagnant for the past 20 years. I've been here the past 20 years. I was little, but I can tell you there's definitely a difference. Park Place being the most visual example, but I've seen a genuine change in the age demographics. I think naturally the cycle's starting to turn back around where 4 years ago, I was the only person under 60 in my church because my dad turned 60. And now there's young people, there's babies, and I think that our community absolutely is growing, just as a sidebar. But when we talk about this topic, I do agree with the sentiment of seeing how much we can tighten our belt. Even if that does mean that we do still have to supplement with a bond, I don't want the perception in the community to ever be that we're asking for a blank check, or that the people who watch these meetings, the people who have been involved, they're well aware that this has been years of conversation. However, the rest of the community that would have to vote on a theoretical bond, they haven't been watching the meetings. They don't know we've been conversing. The feeling nationwide tends to be that the government decides they need more money and asks the voters. And so I would like for us to be able to answer, and I understand if this ruffles feathers, but I would like for us to be able to answer, hey, this is how much we cut out of our general fund. This is how much we cut out of what would have been our capital projects. We need this amount to bridge the gap. Even if we're not saying all of it's being found in our budget, if we realize that that's unrealistic, I completely understand that. But I would like to be able to give a little and say, okay, we found 800,000 by tightening our belts and making some hard decisions on the budget. We need you for the other I'm not going to do the quick math on that, but you get my point. Anyway, that's my spiel.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. I think in the last 15 years, the town's probably grown 8,000 to 10,000 people in round figures. So there's been some growth, but not dramatic. The VLT tax, yeah, we're going to have to move this money around a little bit differently than we used to right now. I think we go 70% to streets, 30% to the general fund. Maybe we need to look at reallocating 100% of that short term to get caught up on some of the stuff. There's no question we're going to need bond help. And my thought was the pre-incorporated roads are probably in the worst shape. Maybe I'm wrong. Justin, do you have a comment on that? Or
They are, for the majority, they are the oldest ones we have. And so some of them are in pretty bad shape and others are not. And I think this is important to share with you. Pre-incorporation roads, not all of them were paved prior to incorporation. They may have been platted prior to the incorporation, but paved after. So and we're discovering more and more of these are, the subgrade, for example, is in better condition than we were led to believe. And when I say we collectively, I'm talking about me right now, over the years. Because by doing some exploratory work out there and digging them up, we're finding that some of it's not exactly as the records would have indicated, either verbally or, paper. So some of them are in relatively poor condition, others are not. But we face the same with a couple of arterials, Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades.
So before we get to an actual dollar amount in bonds, is there a mechanism or a program in place to figure out what roads are in the worst? I mean, as far as the pre-incorporated roads, what ones are going to need the most attention, and can we put a dollar figure on that at all? So we have some idea when we go to do a bond, we can educate people, let them know this is what we're looking at doing, this is how we're going to do it, this is when it's going to happen, and this is what the cost is going to be.
We have in fact done that.
Okay.
So there's two different assessments about 5 years apart that we've done that have identified the condition of each one of them, and we can break that down into segments and based on unit pricing provide those costs, and that is in the executive summary, but there is a much, much bigger document related to that where you can go and look at every single segment.
So maybe I think it would be important for this council to see that and have an idea what kind of dollars we're actually talking. If we're looking at just starting this and biting off a chunk of it, let's get some real numbers and some real ideas to what we're talking about doing. Then the other point I wanted to make is that, every year we do a sweep at the end of the year. Again, it's moving money around into different pockets, but maybe we need to take a look at changing our policy on the council level, and instead of 50% of it going to, I think most of it goes right now into capital improvement, maybe we need to break that up and put 50% into roads and 50% into capital. Now, will it shorten the window on some of the capital things that we're going to do? Absolutely it will. But if roads are that big of a deal and we need to catch up on some of this, I think these are things we need to look at doing. Again, it's a tough decision, and it's going to limit some of the capital projects that we do going forward, but we don't have to do that forever. And then maybe that, plus this project of looking at what we do for a bond, we can get a jump on some of this and get some of it put behind us.
Thanks, Jerry. Just real quick, so we do have those numbers. We did get that big, but it's like almost unintelligible for us to read it, but it is a lot of data. That's how they got to the numbers that they did, the 64 million and the 40. But I still do think it would behoove us to have some of those crunched, which is I think what we were talking about with getting RIS involved, because of maybe some of the change in the scope of the work, and also what we're finding is just by going by the date isn't
always indicative.
Right, exactly. But, and then what you mentioned about the VLT and such, those decisions are, so it's like 300,000 or whatever. What we have to keep in mind, of course, and this, is if we do that and say 100% goes to streets, then that's 300 grand or 400 grand less into a general fund that is being kind of pummeled right now. So I think, and also the idea of the money that goes to capital is because it's usually one time. So you don't want to take construction sales tax, which is one time money coming in and use that for maintenance, but we could definitely look at using it for a project. So I think there's a lot of good mixed up into this whole conversation. I'll stop because I know, let's see, it looks like Vice Mayor's next.
Brenda, I thought your light was lit.
It was.
Okay, go ahead, because I know
just-
you were before me.
I just got to say, super quick. I just want to cite my source for the growth patterns of Fountain Hills, and that'd be the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce.
A couple of things. I did a quick Google of population growth, and since the year 2000, we've grown about 15%. In the year 2000, we were just under 20,500, and as of April 2020, we're just under 23,900. So take 15%, it's subjective as to you feel like it's stagnant or not, but that's the numbers. Also, I wanted to point out that in November, we heard from our Streets Advisory Commission, or whatever their official name was. Sorry, guys, I don't remember it, but that sounds good. And they broke down dollar values. We're looking at arterials is $5 million, collectors is $9 million, locals/alleys, less federal funds is $26 million, and intersections with inflation is about $10 million. So we have dollar values from them that I think they broke out in an excellent manner for the concept of a bond, and I believe that was their point was, instead of going to the voters and saying, we want $50 million, go to the voters and say, here's how we can break out that money. Are the arterials important to you? Check all that apply. $5 million for this, $9 million for that. And then that's how we as an elected body can see what's important to the people. So I feel like it's all already been broken out for us. We have the dollar values, and we have a really fabulous 17-page report from them that's attached to the November 16th. I don't know, now I've lost that page, but I think it was November 16th meeting. So if we need to go back and refresh our minds on that before we have this conversation again, I think that's probably important. But it is literally all right there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor, as well. The breakdown was fantastic, and I want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee for their lots and lots of hours put into this. I fully agree with Councilman Friedel. There's going to need to, in my opinion, and based off of the data that we've been going through for some time now, there's going to need to be some level of a bond. My comments regarding giving a little and tightening the budget is, I can imagine, from my perspective, if I were not someone who was on the council, I would see myself getting a little frustrated watching parks being built and realizing that the community's asking for that money. I understand that there's more that goes into it. I'm speaking purely on the perception side of it. So if we were to make some of these difficult decisions and say, you know what, maybe that capital project needs to wait. It's beautiful. We're all for looking for the future. We want this community to succeed. But in order to look to the future, you need to make sure you have a strong foundation built. The foundation of a community would be the roads. That's how you get there. And this is something that I think it would be irresponsible for us to be picking out the couch while we're pouring the foundation. I think we need to put a lot of thought into how we curate this next year's budget with the understanding that there's still needs. We're still running a town. I'm not saying that we should be cutting everything out. That's not, you know, the electricity bill. I just mean, when we are asking the community for a significant amount of money, We need to be showing them that we've made every effort we can. And when we're looking at these different capital projects, I would really encourage my fellow council members to think about if you were offering a loan to a neighbor. They need $10,000. It hurts, but you can handle it. You're trying to help, they're gonna pay it back. And they buy a flat screen TV, and then they buy an iPhone. And you go, now wait a minute, I thought you needed help with the bills. I didn't know I was helping with this. And although that money might have been what they saved for years to be able to buy an iPhone, there's still that perception, and we want to ensure we're building trust in the community. That is my rant for the day. I will hop off the soapbox.
It's not a rant, and that is taken into consideration with all of the months of getting information from our folks. So, and the way Sharon broke that down, that may even break down in another way depending on the usage of the streets. Or maybe people really care more about the residential, or they care more about the arterials. But basically, breaking it up, that's definitely an option as we go forward. The idea of showing that we're willing to put more money into streets, we've been putting more money into streets than ever before in the last few years. Of course, you're lucky with the CARES money, but as a council and the past council, we didn't need to decide to put all $5 million each year into streets, but we did. So I think we showed that the level of understanding of the importance of this issue is not lost on us. The other thing about, I get the flat screen TV, but I don't know, is a park or is a public service quality of life the same as, a frivolous thing? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just as important to as many people as the roads are, and that's why you try to get all that information. If somebody says, well, look, I don't care about our parks, all I care about is streets, there may be people that say, I want the parks, I want the activities. And then I see your light, and I think you might be saying that half our budget goes to public safety. So anything almost half, 45, whatever. So take that out, and this has to come out of whatever's left. And then what do you want to do about it? Because I feel like it's a pretty big decision, and I don't feel it's irresponsible to ask the community to pay for infrastructure that people who have been here for many, many years paid property tax. You say, however long you've been here, right? So 1989, 2002, we all paid property tax for fire. We paid property tax for streets. That went away, and we've been playing catch up ever since. But I do appreciate that you're leaving the door open to some sort of combination like this, acknowledging that, yeah, there's probably a project or two we could avoid, but not every single year. And this is an every single year need. Rachel?
Mayor, you did steal some of my thunder. No, I really wanted to take a second to say that a lot of this conversation obviously is not new. It's not a novel conversation. We've talked about this, and from the staff perspective, we've heard, hey, can we find something? And I don't disagree with what your point was, is like, hey, to use a phrase that we often say, have some skin in the game too, right? We want to make sure that we're putting all of our resources. The catch or the hang up that we continue to sort of bump against is the idea that, well, not only are we losing $600,000 in revenue, as well as the flat tax coming online, right? So now our belt just got tightened inadvertently by doing that. So okay, that kind of stinks. What are we going to do about that? And then we say, well, what if you could find 2%? What if you could find 3%? Could you cut out a percentage? Okay, well, when we look at that and we go, okay, well, where are we going to cut that from? 48% of our budget is public safety. I can't cut that. It's a contracted amount. It's an amount that it takes to run and operate our fire and MCSO. So that's not eligible. So all of a sudden, that pie just got a lot smaller, and I've got to cut a lot bigger to equal 1%. So then we start talking about the idea of ongoing, okay? If we don't do a project, we don't do a park, we avoid that cost. True. And we can take that value and put it into our streets. but next year, we don't have that value anymore to give. We would have to probably find something that is an year over year over year. And I'm going to pick something, and I pick on this, and I'm going to apologize in advance because it's something that's very high vis, and I think people love, but I also think it's a high dollar amount. If we were to say, we're not going to do Christmas decorations, we're not going to do the lights anymore on the avenue. That is $50,000 every single year that we won't pay for the lights that we will put into the streets. And that's an ongoing year over year. Instead of putting it here, we put it here. And that is what we're looking at trying to find, is an ongoing year over year contribution to the roads, if that's the direction. However, and we can do that. We can talk about what can we cut out of a budget, out of our operating budget, to create that. We talked about VLT, we talked about year-end surpluses, those types of things. We're going to talk about those here actually as our last topic today, the revenue allocation. So it's coming. So we are going to have those real numbers to talk about. But with the understanding that those year-end things are really, really elastic. Some years, there's a lot there, and that's a good thing. We get to divvy it up and do a lot of things. Some years, there's not a lot there. It's a very small number, and we have to really figure out. So my concern, and I think I'm echoing some of what the mayor mentioned, is that to rely on that sweep at the end of the year is probably not that's a bonus more than it is a plan, if that helps. So we are going to talk about some of that. And I'm going to zoom out one more time because we're also going to talk about taking care of what we have. Not so much even bringing more things on board, but taking care of the things that we have, such as this building, the community center, our fire stations. Those take maintenance, and a number of things have to happen. So that's another expenditure that we're trying to negotiate in all of this. So if we are going to tighten our belts, and that's fine, and we want to talk about that, we really need to talk about what we're willing to sacrifice in order to get there. Again, I use the Christmas lights as an option only because it's high vis, and I think everybody's familiar with the give and take of that. Are they a nice to have? Yes, they are. They're beautiful. They are a great attraction in our downtown. Are they operationally mandatory? No. So if that's what we're going to talk about, and we're going to talk about making these sacrifices and this belt tightening, we should probably talk about the reality of what that looks like. So I'm just putting out those kind of concerns, again, from the operations side.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just quickly, just so the people know at home, something that we all know up here. We discussed this morning a couple parks that we were going to, the Stargazing Park and of course the Panorama Park. And before you write letters to the editors saying, why don't you take that money and put it towards the roads, those are paid for by what they call development fees, and development fees can't be used for the roads. They're created when a Darrow Canyon or Park Place builds a big building. We get a little bit of that goes into what they call developmental fees, and then we can use that. But the uses are restricted. And so the development fees, every 10 years, if you don't use them, you have to actually remit them back to the developers or whoever you collected the money from. So the parks that we're talking about this morning, that money can't be allocated to the streets. It has to be spent on things like the parks. So I just that's something that people should know.
Justin, first, a note about the phones. I think a lot of people today would say that their phone adds to their quality of life. Right or wrong, I think the world's changed a little bit. There's so many of those phones out there. Phones, yeah. Can you tell me, are there pre-incorporated roads in each category, local, arterial, and collector?
Yes, there are.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
The other thing about the plan, so let's just do the 40 million. So say that's an extra 4 or 5, whatever, for 8 years. The beauty of the plan that that we have heard about, and even the other one, the RAS, is that it gets us to a point where we can sustain the streets after that certain amount of time with a lot less annual, not less than what we do now, but, so now if we do like 2.1, whatever, even if we stretch that to 3 million, we could reach an equilibrium finally where that would take care of us. And we wouldn't be talking about this, and I know I get mocked for talking about streets and lake liners, but these are real issues that need attention. And these streets have just, it's decades long. So let's try to move forward with something here. And also, when you talk about the pre-incorporation and all that, if part of what we do when we go out to people is like, this is the plan, here's the street, here's like, so we talk about Palomino, but it's not on the next 5 years, and that probably makes people go, wait, what? How could that be? So what can we do to change that, where we're actually addressing some of the things that are really visible and really important that people see? Palomino, Golden Eagles, you know, I mean, that's one. I don't see that as bad. Trevino, yeah. And, of course, my street, no. But number one. No, I mean, I think we're having good discussion here. And so what do we need? What do we need? We need to know what we should do next. So the reclassifications, we talked about that. Maybe something that formal isn't needed, but maybe a way that if we did come up with some sort of a plan to divide them up, maybe there's a different way than just doing arterials and collectors and such, more based on use. So, because it, you know, if we wanted the three packages to look similar in price. But again, we're talking pretty far in the future, but we're talking being ready to know what we want to do by next February, right? So, or so. So whatever we need as follow-up, I think I heard some acknowledgement that we would need more than what we can squeeze out, even if we, you know, make some of those funding changes that we're going to discuss now. It's still the same pot of money, you know, so we can allocate more, but we can't make more. And then I think we talk a little bit about what can we do to continue to show that we're putting more emphasis and money into it, and that some of the things we do that aren't streets we may be taking from different funds, and just continue to communicate as much as we can that we're united in this. So that's the way I feel about it. I don't know if anything else needs to be decided or anything at this point, Rachel or Justin.
I'm going to leave with you with a couple more parting gifts. As we're having discussions about tightening belts and alternative funding, let's discuss what we can and cannot do with bond money. Bond money cannot be used for maintenance. And in regards to checks and balances, when we don't have tandem CFOs, we'll still have one that's going to oversee that, and someone else is going to be overseeing that. So bond money can only be used for mill and overlay and anything above and beyond that, not maintenance. So that's one of them. And the other one is when collectively a decision is made, it basically needs to be unanimous, simply because when there's decisiveness and discussions about dollar thresholds, when it's time to make that decision, we've certainly learned from the past that just open dialogue and discussion with uncertainty from the dais has resulted in an incredible amount of criticism in regards to, you can't even make up your own mind, why are you asking us to do it? That's what we heard from the people and the staff as well. The town manager and I, we certainly heard it from the folks in regards to that. So we gave it an effort and things didn't go well, so here we are back. Lastly, anyone that wants to do any archival researching, every single elected body that I have been involved with, and we're now approaching 17 years, has made a commitment and followed through to identify funding for the streets, with the exception of a couple of years there when there was simply nothing left in the piggy bank and no more belts to tighten. Every single elected body has put as much forward or as reasonably possible forward. Keep in mind that some of that, when things got tough, and we mentioned the one-offs, so we're going to move all this into streets and do that. Well, now we have to take care of an issue related to one of the buildings or other infrastructure. Got to claw some of that money back. The money that can't be clawed back out of that is a contribution from the state. So we appreciate your support on this. we look forward to an open dialogue and working forward on the next steps.
Took my mouse upstairs, so I have to do this standing. All right. All right, so do you have anything that you wanted to say before this starts?
We're in the home stretch. We're almost there. We kind of just alluded to it. We're going to start talking about the last real discussion that's left is talking about revenue allocation. What do we do when we have leftovers at the end? And generally speaking, we do. And it's a combination of things, and I'm sure Paul and Paul will both get into it, but sometimes it's projects that we haven't finished that we're rolling over. Sometimes it's revenues that exceeded our forecasts, which is always a good thing. Sometimes it's a matter of we came in under budget on our standard operating. So it's a lot of different things, but it's very elastic. And so we do have some guidance as to how we reallocate that at the end of the year, where it all goes. But there's some suggestions and some discussion about, potentially changing that, whether that's for streets, whether that's for facility reserve, thank you, or other things. So with that, take it away.
I will say that I have a warm, fuzzy feeling because I know some of you have looked at your presentations beforehand, and you've mentioned things that are going to be going over in the next couple slides. So thank you. That makes me feel appreciated. All right. So the first one that we're going to talk about is VLT, which is one that we identified earlier as a revenue source that is split between the general fund and the streets fund. It's 70-30 currently. That equates to about, it's more than this, but it's about $300,000 a year that goes into the general fund. As kind of a little background to this and the things that I've spoken to Rachel about the last couple months is that we do have quite a bit of revenue going into the general fund. Even with our conservative budgeting and our conservative forecasts as far as revenues, a lot of the money is directed towards the general fund. With that, it's more than what our budgeted expenditures are for our base budgets plus our supplements. So we have had a large contingency amount in the general fund the last few years. That hasn't been an issue for 3 years because we've had a lot of exclusions allowed by our CARES Act funding and then the 2 years of ARPA funding. We were able to exclude those from our expenditures. It gave us some more play as far as that limitation, the expenditure limitation goes each year. So the thought is, if we redirect some of that revenue that is going to the general fund into other funds where they're actually going to be used, we can reduce that contingency amount, and it allows us to budget in the funds where we need to have budget available. This year we currently have over $5 million budgeted for pavement maintenance. Well, that takes a pretty big chunk of budget. If we've got $2 million in contingency in the general fund, that has to be, first of all, we have to make sure that we have the revenue coming in at expectations. If we did that, then we can move that contingency budget into other funds that we needed to do, which is what we did this year with the capital projects, and it led to some of the problems and the confusion with CIP projects coming back and forth and that sort of thing. So all that's in the background. So this is obviously one of the easy kind of gets that we could reduce $300,000 in the general fund, put it to where it's actually going to be spent in the streets fund, and it would reduce the contingency and kind of that holding place, I guess, for budget, or that limitation on the budget. So
I have a question. The idea of the contingency in the general fund, so as a project comes up for streets, we're not allowed to take that money out of the general fund?
We could. It's, when we do our Auditor General forms for the budget, we have to say which funds it's going into and that sort of thing. This 300,000, let's just say, for fiscal year '24 is showing up as revenues in general fund. So the budget basically is, that 300,000 in budget is having to stay in the general fund. It does take another act or approval from council to move that budget from general fund to the streets fund. If we just do this on the front end, it would reduce that step, and we'd be able to have more budget in other places and other funds.
It's cleaner
Oh,
than.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, given the discussion that we're having about the rental tax and such, would this 300,000 be better to leave? First of all, I'd like to get down to why the 70-30 was ever, what made that a good split, and is that still valid? If not, then, sure. But the other part is $300,000, is that like really important right now to keep in the general fund? And then go ahead.
So I'm going to take the second one first, because I can say I don't know. If I'm correct, it was originally 50-50, and then it changed. There is a history to it being kind of this, and I think at some point it probably was needed in the general fund, and it was probably before Wayfair, and probably, before a lot of those things, when the town was having more problems just operating, Great Recession, that sort of thing. So I know, not sure how, there were previous discussions with prior managers where it didn't want to be removed out of the general fund so that operating expenses could be covered. I just don't think at this point it's that necessary for that dollar amount to be there. And I think we can actually do a little bit more, even with, looking at what were the numbers for fiscal year '25, even with those reductions for long-term residential rental and the flat tax, we still have quite a bit for contingency. Not saying it's probably like 1.8 right now, just with basic numbers. I think $1 million in contingency is a good idea, just because you don't know when the next storm's going to hit, or revenues don't come in as expected. So I think that's good.
Well, is the rainy day fund in the general fund?
Yes.
So I guess I'm not totally understanding why we want to remove $300,000 from the general fund, but Jerry, you had something to say.
I was going to say, from your bookkeeping end, it's cleaner to do it.
We'd be able to plan for expenditures where they're going to actually happen, instead of putting them in contingency as this excessive amount and then moving them later. Mayor, to your point, moving the 300, we have more than enough revenue to cover our base expenditures and supplements. And in addition to that is about 1.8. So if we take and reduce that to about $1 million level, gives us about 800,000 for next year, just initially, round numbers, which are subject to change, which I get to say that every year.
But aren't we supposed to have like 6 million in the rainy day fund or something to get us through a third of the year?
And that's separate from what we're talking about. That's set aside and committed for that purpose. So in addition to that, we're just talking about revenues we're expecting to receive next year and expenditures for next year, not counting our fund balances.
I just wanted to say I appreciate you taking that. I'll look at this. The 70-30 split makes sense to me. I think that this is reasonable. It's cleaner, like what Councilmember Friedel was mentioning, and that it's looking ahead to where that money would end up, more than likely getting sent to anyway. So I appreciate you thinking of a solution to that, since our contingency needed to be looked at, and I'm all good with this.
So what is your proposal?
So after all, yeah, that was all just background stuff, right? So, okay, so this is the way it looks right now for fiscal year '25 if there was not any changes made. We could take that 373 and basically reallocate it all 100% to the streets fund, and that could go towards the skin in the game, right? Not my skin in the game. Don't worry. It's old and wrinkly and over-tanned. But anyway, anyways, so that's the proposal, is to move that 30%, just make it 100% in VLT.
Is that for just this is one time? It's not for future?
This would be ongoing just until it gets changed again, basically. So like, from what I believe, it used to be 50-50, and then it got changed to 70-30. This makes it 100. Futures councils can go back to 50-50 or 65-35, whatever they like to do. But yeah, this would be changing. This would be a change in policy.
So is it the change in policy for a dollar amount, or is it a change in policy for the percentage allocation?
It would just, the percentage, it would just be 100% of VLT would go to the streets fund.
Okay, thank you.
And it would, not that B doesn't love doing the math every month, but it would be a little less work for her too.
Sorry, I got excited. I didn't realize you hadn't said it yet. But yes, this is what I like. So talking about the skin in the game, this is pretty much exactly what I was just talking about 5 minutes ago. So thank you to both of you for being awesome.
So that's we can talk more if you want at some point, but yeah.
It's just, I'm fine with making the change, but it's a little incongruent with us losing 600,000 plus whatever else, the 1.8 million or whatever that was. I'm kind of like, okay, you're saying it, and I'm assuming Rachel is okay with this. So this is less money going into the general fund because of these fund balances. But I always, like you said, these or the contingency, but these things they change, and some of this is because you started something, didn't get it done in that fiscal year, so it's not real money. So I just need a little bit, but I'm fine with it. I mean, it's not that much money.
All right. And feel free to jump in if you think of something. But
It can always be changed back, too.
it can be. As far as losing the 600,000, no. So leaving fund balances from prior years out of it completely, leaving the rainy day fund out, leaving all of the fund balances out. Just next year, the revenues that we're planning on collecting would be more than what we need to cover our expenditures. So this 300,000 wouldn't be needed to cover what we plan on spending, if that helps.
It helps a lot, except that we're making a policy change, and, you know, I don't know where the money numbers came from. I like to kind of know what the intention was for 70-30, but if it was just kind of random, then, you know, but, again, this is sort of like a one-time thing, but it's fine.
Well, we're not voting on this today, though. No.
No, it'll come back because it is a policy change. But I did want to articulate one kind of difference, is that because it would be an allocation right out of the gate, it's not subject to that end of the year surplus sweep. What do we have? What do we don't have? Was it a good year? Was it a lean year? Was it, and it's more of that a consistent contribution year over year versus the one time. So that's what I was trying to say when we talked about identifying something that is consistent versus waiting till the end of the year and hoping we have some leftovers. But that being said, and we're basing this off of, POC and Paul's recommendations that says we have consistently brought in enough to cover our expenses in our, in our operating fund, in our general fund. If that horizon changes, if that looks like that's not going to happen as we move forward and down this path, this is where we're going to come back to and go, well, this split isn't working anymore. We are now going to be operating in the red. We've got to figure out another way. So yes, can be undone. It can be changed back. But this is, one recommendation to figure out how we can help the narrative that we are willing to put more into streets, meet us halfway, help us figure out how to get this done. So that does help that, like you said, that perception that we're trying to put more in there. We're trying to find ways to do that hopefully is stable, and is consistent. So that's kind of where that came from.
I was just going to say, Mayor, Council, one thing that's in policy in the rainy day fund, there is a policy that allows the town to dip in those reserves if there is a 25% or more loss of state shared revenues or local sales taxes. So at least that gives us a little bit of buffer. If those contingencies are being depleted by those revenue losses, that is another option the council could consider going forward.
All right, and B did do some digging as far as the history. It used to be 100% into streets up until 2020, and then it got switched. 30% going to general fund, so, right. And at some point it might have been, yeah. All right. So that's something that we can look at, and then.
David, could you speak in the microphone? I was just asked to ask you. Thank you.
Okay. Thought I was doing really, really well, but, all right. So these are just our budget numbers. All right, so then we also have some transfers that we do every year. That top line is the streets fund. Obviously, before CARES Act happened, it was about $200,000 a year. And there was some back and forth between the CIP fund and the streets fund, and that was something that we actually did away with because it didn't make sense for the CIP fund to send $200,000 to the streets fund and then vice versa. So then, of course, with CARES Act, we had the $2 million in surplus that first year, and then the 4.2 for the last 2 fiscal years. All of that's been transferred to the streets fund. The next one, and Mayor, I know you've mentioned this before in the past, but the environmental fund, that was something that was in place when I started. It was also when, I believe 2019, when the fee got suspended. It doesn't appear that that fee's coming back anytime soon. It has been recommended and, recommended by auditors that if it doesn't have its own revenue source, dedicated revenue source, we really shouldn't have that fund. It would be, I agree with that recommendation, especially since it doesn't look like that fee's coming back. Just to move money out of the general fund every year to fund the environmental fund so that money can be spent from there doesn't make sense. And this is something I haven't talked to Justin back there, so let me know if he's like getting ready to club me over the head or something. But we could spend that money out of the general fund in public works under its own org code so that we can still track those expenditures, but we don't necessarily need that fund. But you can see what we had transferred in at the end of each year.
Yeah, I did ask about that. I don't know what the chances are, talk to the AG about that. It's unresolved. We had wanted to do a public safety fee at some point too. That would help. But a lot of that is going towards like the water management, the culverts and all of that. So I think it's, wash maintenance. And so it's perfectly good in public, works, I think. I don't think we can hold out really worrying about being able to refill that with any other sort of revenue source.
All right. Which brings us to the next fund that we fund with transfers at the end of the fiscal year, and that's facilities replacement or facilities reserve. This is a fund that's basically used for major maintenance each year. It's things that don't qualify as CIP. It's things that you normally don't want to hear about, that you don't care about. You just want to work. You want the pumps to work on the fountain. You want the roof on the community center to keep the rain on the outside. Yes. So, so it's those types of things. When the study was originally done, I believe it was 2015, 2016, somewhere around in there. It was originally advised by the people doing that study that it be funded at $1 million a year. I think it might have been 900 and some thousand a year, but let's just round up and say $1 million. You can see up until this year, we've just been putting in 500,000, and even one year we skipped it all together. And if you remember what happened that year, it was just everything was up in the air. Nobody knew what was going to happen, so we didn't fund any in 21. And we also, and then that last line is what we've actually set aside for the lake liner, which I think that's a really good start to know that that project's coming down the road. It's not going anywhere. It's going to happen one day. I won't be here for it. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, unless it happens before June. But no, we don't want that. So anyways, it's a really good start. It's a down payment. That is definitely, and she stepped out, but that's more skin in the game for that project. The only thing I would say as far as the facilities reserve goes, I think that should be, we've got a lot of projects that will be coming up in the future that we will need to have set aside some money for in addition to the lake liner. I would recommend that that continue to be funded at $1 million a year. But so, are there any questions on those? Not yet? No, I'm just kidding. No, as far as this goes, the direction that I'll take back, and then we'll see what's involved. Obviously, the VLT, we can make that policy change before we adopt a new budget. The environmental fund, there might be a little bit more involved. It might not just be a let's switch it kind of thing, but we'll find out. All right.
Councilwoman?
So you're suggesting that we transfer $1 million a year into the lake liner fund, right?
Into the facilities reserve fund.
For?
Just for major maintenance on other projects other than the lake liner. That fund was originally set up to be funded at $1 million a year. Outside of the lake liner.
Okay.
So that should be the minimum, and then if you put more towards the lake liner, that's even better.
Okay, thank you.
And that would all be dependent on year-end fund balances and that sort of thing. Make sure that if it's a good year, we want to make sure that everything's being taken care of. All right, so as far as unspent fund balances, we've already reported multiple times on what we ended the fiscal year 23 with. You can see that ending fund balance, and this is where I get to say my favorite thing that I get to say during budget season. These numbers, as far as the fiscal year 24 ending fund balances, will change. Hopefully they don't change that much, but that's our best guess right now based on what we spent so far, what we anticipate spending throughout the rest of the year, and revenues coming in. So as far as, and when we were talking about streets and Justin brought up the unspent, I just want to make this comment. So in the fiscal year 23, we had $6.9 million in the streets fund. Right now, that fund balance at the end of this coming year will be $1 million higher. When Justin does his fiscal year, or when we look at his fiscal year 25 budget, it can use the fiscal year 23 fund balance and then whatever he's budgeted for this year. So he can, unspent fund balance in the streets fund from a prior year can be used in the following year, obviously, if we've got the expenditure limit to use it. That makes sense?
Yes. So do you know, with the streets fund, well, just take that for example, how much of that is because projects are going to overlap? I mean, I know that's happened before, where something's just not done by June 30. So it's not, again, it's not like we have all this extra money hanging around, it just hasn't been spent yet. So I'm not asking for that right now, but just to kind of keep that in mind, that this isn't just a lot of money that's sitting around.
Right. So at the end of fiscal year 23, last year, we had transferred 4.2, right, from the ARPA savings. We obviously couldn't spend all that because we didn't have the budget to spend all of that necessarily. Then there was some that didn't actually happen. So, I mean, if we had leftover budget, then that would roll over to the next year. So, but yeah, we'll have that.
And with this cap, with the environmental fund balance, will you be able to just put that into, like, I mean, capital, is it the CIP where the money would go for the culverts and fixing Golden Eagle Park, all the leaking stuff and water management?
So if we were to do away with the environmental fund, that could just go back into the general fund. That's
Okay.
where it originally came from.
All right.
And then it would be spent from there. It's not spent,
It doesn't have to go to water stuff, because that's really what it was there for, mostly, and the washes and stuff.
right. Well, the transfers, this 528,000 that we're anticipating at the end of the year, that would have just come from general fund.
Okay.
I think the last environmental fee, well, Rhonda's been collecting whatever she can whenever they show up, so. So I can't say the last time we got a fee.
But I know when we've made expenditures, we've called it coming from the environmental fund, so I didn't know if that was restricted.
So yeah, if that went into, Public Works, or if we wanted to continue this for another year and just not fund the transfer, I mean, if you wanted to track it that way and then just spend it down to zero, we could absolutely do that so that that use that it was collected for in the past.
I'm fine as long as it's, it's just clean. There's no use having a fund called that we don't have anymore. Jerry?
Yeah, that would all flush through Public Works if Justin used it anyway, right?
Flush.
No pun intended. Uh-oh, I'm out of slides. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Yeah, perfect. So, any questions about any of that or about anything, really? Rachel, do you have any wrap up?
Yeah, this is kind of last call. This is the idea. If there's anything, we've kind of covered a lot of ground. If there's questions that have come up as we've moved forward, if there's something that rung a bell that we were talking about now that maybe made you think about, CIPs or downtown, now's the time to circle back on anything. If there's any closing thoughts or questions, you've got a captive staff here to answer. So kind of last call, final thoughts.
Well, I think it looks good. And Rachel, I just wanted to thank you too, because, and I know Sharon did, because you've been keeping us, involved, knowing what to expect when things are coming. And I think this is a good example of that everybody here is together. We're all trying to plan for the next year, but keeping us say, okay, this is where we're at now, and doing your emails to help us. We really appreciate that. And I think this went really well, and we appreciate your time and all the work that went into doing this, but it makes the next steps easier, doesn't it? So thank you very much. Councilman?
I just wanted to echo that and say thanks to the staff for today. Appreciate it.
Sorry, one closing remark from me. I don't need to know if he has an excused absence, but I just wanted to point out that Councilman Skillicorn missed today's streets conversation, just like he did for our special work session in November, if I remember the date correctly. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you, guys.